Yeah, even if you are a bastard.
I don't think he's a bastard. He just doesn't believe in race mixing. That's fine.
Well,
you can hear us
look,
now?
there's a lot of people
Yeah,
believe
I can
in
hear you. I can
there's
hear
a
you
lot of
loud and clear.
Okay.
there's a lot of
There
people
we
that
go.
still
What's
believe
wrong
in
with the
race
freedom of
purity.
association?
Yeah, what's wrong
There's
with freedom of
nothing. There's
association?
nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't think there is anything wrong with it as long as you're not gonna. Well, no, I'll tell you the exact same thing I told Bumpkin. I was like, well, I don't care what you do in your house as long as you're not gonna come take my wonderful white woman from me, because I got one. What's up?
I don't think anyone from New Frontier advocates for that. We're not going to sit there and
No, and that was the thing. Like, he gave the context, and that's the reason I was like, I told him then live on the air. I was like, I respect that opinion. I didn't like it when I first heard it.
I'm a white nationalist, and I don't give a fuck.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, she's just not a member of our tribe anymore. She shows you. Like, that's just how that works.
Well, I mean, that's totally that. Like,
Well,
that's
how it works. That's if you love someone, you go and join them and become one. You get married and shit.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, it's not no skin off my back. I don't give a shit. I don't
well,
know.
I mean, my question is, what is your, by definition, what is a white nationalist? Because white people don't exist. It's a construct that was made.
What do you mean? Because if you're going to say that in that
where's
case,
white? If he leaves from America as a white nationalist and shows up to Britain, they're going to say, "Get the fuck out! You're not part of our tribe."
Yeah,
you're not. We're not white. We're British.
It's a uniquely a New World thing in America, and I believe it's the Western Hemisphere. Over here, white people are a unified group, or are supposed to be, just like black people are, just like Asians are. Over here in the New World, that's how that works. If I go to Europe, I'd be going. Well, I don't sound like I would go to Germany, but I have paperwork saying that I would belong in Germany.
Right. Yeah. Just like my chicks. Okay, I feel you.
I mean, if you're going to make that argument for whites, wouldn't you say the same thing for blacks here in the United States?
100%. I don't ascribe to that either.
Well, the vast majority of people that would don't. It's just an attack on white people for the sake of attacking white people.
Well, no, I mean, I don't have any attacks for white people.
Well, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you.
I have all kinds of attacks for white people, man.
Well, no.
You're not a white leftist, as far as I know.
No, I just think there's a lot of stupid white people doing a lot of stupid shit.
Well, there's a lot of stupid motherfuckers of every race.
Exactly.
Also true.
Stupid motherfuckers are responsible for the world decaying.
Right, and I agree with that. I guess what I'm getting at is my smoke isn't just solely designated for one group. It's for everybody. If you're a jackass, I'm going to point out you're a jackass.
Well, the thing about it is, like, I catch the most flack for being a white nationalist, not from black people.
Well, that's because you're
a Muslim, dude. Well, my deal is this. My question is this: as a white nationalist, like, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it just means making sure that my people are taken care of and that my tribe is not being abused. That's essentially all it is.
Okay, that's fair. But okay, so my next question is, and this is kind of like where I sit with this because I'm mixed, also. So,
what was your father?
I don't know. I've never met my biological father, but like I did my DNA to like kind of try and do my genealogy, and I am 30% mixture of like what would be considered white folks.
He got cracker in him. He got lots of cracker.
Yeah. So I mean, as an American, most of us, if you actually run your DNA, like you can't, because like I've had this argument with like somebody who's not as well spoken as you are on the black side of this, named Jay Prince, who's a fucking idiot, and he says that he's the arbiter of who's black because of the pigmentation of his skin. Well, even though he doesn't know his genetic makeup, and I'm like, you're probably got some white in you. You're an American, like we're all white.
They're not white no more. We're calling them Caucasians.
I have a saying that kind of sounds like an oxymoron, right? Mm-hmm. Skin color is the most important unimportant aspect of race. It is a quick indicator of what your race is. Other than that, it's all environmental.
So Muslim guy, I think that the reason people immediately go on your neck, and it's kind of, and like, it's one of those things that I've had to train myself out of because like after a certain point, you have to come out of the emotional reaction to hearing things. Because like when you initially said white nationalist, I cringed. And like I had a moment where like
you should because it's been co-opted by a bunch of spurgy freaking
Right.
I'm trying not to
And
use
so like
language for your shit. I'm not trying to use negative language.
He
Like,
was basically cringing like he would if this white guy dropped the N-bomb on his channel. Ooh.
Yeah.
well, see, it's about respect. You have to respect
Yeah.
everyone as much as possible.
Well, and so like when you hear the word white national, when you hear the phrase "I'm a white nationalist," the immediate place where my brain wants to go without, because like I've talked to you before. No, exactly. I'm like, oh, you're racist, but you're not. I don't believe that you are from anything that you've said. Like nothing has come across.
I get told.
Muslim guy wears
another,
a turban and he's down with Uncle H.
I get told by another mixed guy. Right in my area, a local friend of mine, he's like, "You're the worst white nationalist I've ever met. You've only ever been violent towards white people." But we got to clean your own fucking gene pool first.
You got to clean your own gene pool, right? Exactly.
You know,
police your own first.
Hey, carry your own backyard before you start judging someone else's.
No, that's my thing. That the only reason I talk shit to you, Reckless, when I'm in chat, and I'm like, well, that's a bad take, is because I genuinely live and breathe what I preach. I try my best to anyway.
I do as well.
I don't believe in being a hypocrite, but every man. I don't believe in being a hypocrite, but every man is a hypocrite because nobody's perfect. Nobody's gonna live
facts.
Like nobody's gonna live up to the ubermensch of their. So everybody's automatically a hypocrite. The point is the journey, not the destination.
And you're putting forth the effort to expound your principles and like live those principles, which is totally fair. I respect the crap out of that. Like, I mean, all you can do is try. You're like you said, no one's going to be perfect. So like, I respect the effort, and I respect the fact that like I said, like, it's not like I don't like you. I mean, like, we have like our back and forth or whatever, and I respect it because I'm like, okay, well, like if you're actually about it and like we're moving forward and we're moving the needle forward, because even you as a white nationalist, like you being on your square and progressing and moving forward and pushing for the changes that you guys want, right? That's progress. Like you're supposed to, that's what we're supposed to do as men. That's what we're supposed to do as citizens of this country, is to want to make things better. And I've never heard anything that you guys have said in that, because like I'll dial into your stuff. Sometimes I have to rewatch it, but like whenever you guys are live and I have an opportunity, I'll tap in and at least listen and give you guys a shout out, because I don't believe, even though I might not 100% agree with you, like we have to have some other options. Like there has to be some other options out there for how this shit can work, because at this point we're not evolving anymore. And once you stop evolving, you start dying. So we are currently as a civilization dying.
What I'm about to say, I mean absolutely no disrespect to you or anyone who believes like you, but the way that you guys, and I consider y'all libertarians or libertarian-esque, the way that you guys believe will not defeat communism. It will not defeat the left. You will be consumed by it. The only thing that will defeat the left is the thing they fear the most, and that is Mussolini and Uncle A.
Wow.
That is it.
Wow.
Hey, you know, they had a point.
That's why they had to manipulate the capitalists in the West to join their side.
Exactly.
Because they knew that they were going to be destroyed.
Unfortunately, he really isn't that far from the truth.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. My deal is.
Well, let me put this caveat. There was someone in the Telegram chat I was in that was, we're third positionist. I don't know if it's a Telegram or a YouTube. It's a third. They're like, we're third positionist. We understand giving up our rights, but we're not going to do it to this regime. Talking about the Biden administration and taking guns. First off, this fasci boy right here ain't going to fucking give his guns to anybody.
Never happened.
Like,
well, you wouldn't do a fascist leap.
No, that's where you're wrong, Casey Mill. I just said I wouldn't give them to anybody. Now, would I? Okay, fine. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, you die. So what? What do you mean? I've said this multiple times.
I actually agree with that. It is better to fight and fall than to live with no.
Better to live on your fucking better than
die on your feet than live on your knees a slave.
The best thing that ever could happen to me is becoming a martyr. Are you serious?
Exactly.
I wish they would drag my ass to a dirty basement.
Bumpkin, I don't want you as Bumpkin. You're too young. You have your whole life ahead of you. You can't go to a dirty basement.
There's not a single bad thing to me that being killed by the state does, because I'm a Christian. I know where I'm gonna go when I die. I'm not afraid. First and foremost, and if you kill me over my political beliefs, it just strengthens my brother's resolve more, and it breeds more of us. So
it does. It breeds more of us.
I don't want to die. I want to have a family and contribute to society like every normal fucking man should.
Mm-hmm.
But if you make it untenable,
mm-hmm.
and you make it impossible, or
Mm-hmm.
very difficult to do so, I am perfectly okay with dying. Now, I get if you have children and you have reasons to live. I understand that. I completely get it. But eventually, they're going to come for your kids. What are you going to do if they come for your 100%.
Kids? Well, they're already coming for the kids.
Well, that's why
they're already doing it. It's already happening.
So, like, the only way to beat them is black shirts in the streets. You want to beat Antifa with the black bloc? Brown shirts.
Okay. So my question is actually having fought Antifa here in Kansas City.
I've done it in Atlanta, base.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. But when they came here and tried to tear stuff up, we definitely stopped them at tearing our shit up.
You did that with direct action, not talking to them, right?
100%.
Yep. So brown shirts in the street. That's how you do it. That's how you have to beat them, because your politicians, those Antifa are your politicians' kids. Doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. Those are your elite's children. They're not gonna fucking say bad. They don't discipline them anyway. They're not gonna smack them on the wrist. Like, don't you go out there terrorizing the poor people, man.
No, right.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, yeah, you can do what you want because you're the future leaders of this country. That's your right as the future leaders. So no, you have to go out there and you have to break noses.
Do you know how Mussolini sort of counteracted communism in Italy?
How?
So during his rise, the black shirts would go out, and when they found a advocate, just ferocious communist, they would make them consume castor oil until they shit themselves.
Damn.
Bruh.
Yes. He was hardcore in the show.
So that stuff really does work for constipation.
Yep.
He's like, you drink enough of it.
Yep. And keep in mind, Mussolini at one time was in with the communists. Don't get that wrong. But sorry, my camera is acting up. But
no, you're good, Bunkin. You're straight. You're fine. You don't have to come up.
But he realized very fast that that communism is not the way. This ideology is not the way. So that's where he sort of formed. Giovanni Gentile did the philosophy behind it, and then Mussolini was kind of his mentor.
So my question for Muslim guy is like, where do you think that me specifically, because you lumped me in with everybody else? Where are you saying that my beliefs diverge outside of not implicitly agreeing with you guys on everything?
I think he's muted. He's muted.
Oh, here, I got you.
I had to step
no
away.
way he's muted.
I had to step away to get some water, so I was muted.
Oh, no. You're good, bro. You're good. I was just wondering. I wanted clarification on that because, I'm trying to understand because, basically everybody agreed with you, kind of.
Oh, okay.
I just more or less, and I'm like, okay, so we got lumped into this camp where it's like, okay.
Well, see, based on previous talks between you and Snowman, and what I know about libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, and that is why I lump you into that. If you agree with everything I'm saying, then we can work together.
No, I mean, I kind of laid down my beliefs. I believe that as a man, period, like you should be winning at the system that we find ourselves in, which is the one that we're in. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be restrained within any system. Period.
I'm winning.
I also okay, well, good, but that's arbitrary. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Yeah. No,
I don't believe
so.
That's
fine.
Everything
but what I'm
there,
saying is,
wait. If it's arbitrary, why should you be winning at it? If it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't function on happiness. I do what I need to do.
Yeah, well, that's what makes me happy. Doing what I.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. Okay, that I can respect.
Because I own my own home. I bought my own home at 18.
Wow,
nice.
That's impressive.
Winning, dude. That is awesome.
Yeah, and I can prove it. I have tax records and everything.
I believe you, and I'm happy for you that you made those moves because I wish I would have done that also.
I don't like talking on the internet. I don't like that. In any capacity, but I have made many failures and many I have done many great things and I have made many. Everything that I applied myself to, I have succeeded in. It just may have been set back or it may have been something fucked up happened. The problem is in this society keeping that drive going when you fuck up, because it gets hard. It gets hard. The older you get, it gets harder.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
No, I'm with psychologically too.
Yeah. So and like I'm happy, right? When I say I'm happy, it means my needs are met.
Yeah.
And I have everything that I strive for except for a family, which I'm working on.
That's fucking dope. Okay, I rock with that. So, because like I was about to say, I was like, I don't think that there's that much disagreement once you fill in the context. I mean, like me personally, I like to be able to navigate how I need to navigate, but like I grew up in a police household. Like my mom ran gang squad for KCPD. I spent my time with gang squad. Their office was right next to SWAT. That's what I grew up with. My mentorship circle right now consists of a retired colonel that was Army Special Forces.
Oh, fucking A.
U.S. Army. Like, I'm just saying. I'm like, when you're talking about getting that action, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, what's your circle? Because like my circle's tight.
You want to know my circle? You want to know my circle? The exact same, but opposite. Like ex-military, but not definitely.
So I don't think we disagree on much, dude. Yeah. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't think we disagree on much. I think that there's multiple ways to go about things.
What I'm getting at is my circle's a bunch of criminals and ex-military. So,
dude, mine are criminal, cops, or military. Like,
okay. Because
I love. Okay, so we're basically in alignment on the same page.
Yeah,
similar. I'd say slight off because you have a different upbringing and a different culture.
I'm poor white trash. I grew up in an open air guerrilla training facility.
Oh shit!
That's just the fucking South for you though. Like we like me and the neighborhood kids would go in the woods and build like punji traps and fucking booby traps. Like we wouldn't spike them. We wouldn't spike them. We wouldn't spike them, but we'd dig the little tiger falls, and then we had bamboo patches. We'd go play airsoft with each other, and just like when we ran out of fucking BBs, like we would shoot metal BBs at each other with fucking Red Riders. When we ran out of the plastic.
What the fuck? Those were crimes.
Hey, we did that. Hey, bro, where I grew up, we did the same thing, man. BB gun wars in the summer were something else.
No, dude, like fucking, I ran out of fucking BBs one time, and I ran up.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Murda had a question for me. He said, "What kept me from pursuing a law enforcement career? I wasn't allowed. I wasn't allowed to do that, and I wasn't allowed to be in the military. So, I'm an only child." And my mom specifically didn't want me to do that job because when she was coming out of that job, she was like, they've made it too restrictive for me to do the job. And she was like, you aren't going to be able to survive that. Like, you'll end up harming someone you work with. So, and then it was basically the same for the military. I'm very hard-headed. Unfortunately, in my family, we don't get angry. We get, I'll kill you. So, like, it doesn't.
Ray, you would make it in the military. You would make it in
the military. Yeah.
The military is not what you think. That there's only one day of weird feelings and anger, and after that, you turn it into fun. Trust me.
I mean, I don't know about now. Honestly, if you come in the military now, you're gonna fucking hate this shit.
If you come in the military now, you might end up at war somewhere.
I wanted to go in the military.
Listen, no, you want to go to war because you're not doing a fucking thing.
I didn't want to go to war, dog.
Bro,
not me.
My dad told me if I joined the military, he would tell him that I lied and said about having asthma. And back when I wanted to join, you couldn't have asthma and join the military.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Well, my mom just didn't. My mom literally didn't want to risk the bloodline. She was like, "I've trained you to do everything you need to do to take care of yourself. Like, you're good here." She's like, "You're not going to learn anything new."
Here's a fun fact for you, Ray.
Go for it. Shoot.
I'm a soldier.
Nice. I know. You told me about that.
I was an elite.
Told me about that march.
Infantry soldier, dog. Ranger school, sniper school, 92 push-ups in a minute. I'm telling you, dog, a beast. I didn't want to be in a... Huh?
Where you stationed at?
I was stationed in Schofield Barracks in Hawaii in 88. And I stayed there till 90. And I went all over the world in just 2 years.
Shit, I'm at Bragg now, 82nd, 3rd Brigade.
I was born.
I think I trained. I think I did. No, I did airborne.
You said Ranger, then yeah, you've either been.
Yeah, but I did. I did jump somewhere else.
Okay.
Hey, I was born at Fort Campbell.
You do jumps either here, Benning, airborne school.
Benning. I went to Benning for basic.
Okay.
I got to see them blow some shit up at Benning.
Yeah, I blew up some shit overseas in Thailand and the Philippines, Australia. I was qualified with about 12 different weapons, man. I was a monster. I never wanted to be in the service, but I knew when I got there, it doesn't matter where you put me. I'm going to try to be the best, whatever I am, there while I'm there. It doesn't matter what. I don't give a fuck if it's thumb wrestling, boxing,
he said thumb
spelling bee. Listen, dog, I didn't want nobody to spell better than me when I was in school. I was hell bent on that.
That's because that's what strong real men do.
I don't like losing, man. I'm an athlete. I don't like losing.
But I mean,
you a mathlete. You a mathlete.
Right.
my question, like the thing that I see happening culturally here as our society is decaying is there are less men that I meet that are like us that are capable.
Yeah.
That's the issue. like that's the issue that I see, because I'm like, the world isn't changed by complacent men, and the world isn't really changed by civil men. It's like literally the uncivil men that are like, I'm not going to accept this, that actually find that line.
Exactly.
And like, we're finding lines now, but like the issue is the men aren't in existence. I pulled up.
The reason that's happening is the men who are uncivil, right, in society. The men who are uncivil, a lot of them are unintelligent. Those who are unintelligent,
or actually, Muslim home. Let me retract that. It's not uncivil. It's disagreeable. It's disagreeable men that change things. I'm sorry.
Disagreeable men, whatever you want to call it. About 50% of all people are stupid, right?
No, man.
Right. I'll agree with you. I can agree with you.
I'll give you that too. I'll give you that.
So when you take 50% of the disagreeable men, right? They're stupid.
Right.
Then you have all the cowards and all the complacency, right? You're outnumbered. And then you have in America, in the West, you have this belief in individuality. If I can stand the tide alone, no, you wind up getting eroded like the cliffs. Then, because you're already outnumbered and you're not working together, disagreeable men, one by one, start to fall and be destroyed. And that creates a feedback loop where there's less and less and less and less. See, the thing is, I don't care about being number one as long as my team wins. I'm fine with history not knowing who I am, as long as the people I roll with, the group name, is echoed throughout history. That's the thing. The thing is sacrifice and duty. That's the thing. And that's what a lot of men in these day and ages don't understand. I would die for anybody I call my friend, because I'm very selective on who I call my friend.
Exactly. And I think a lot of these men are, let's face it, not that intelligent, but a lot of them also lack a purpose and lack a greater society, or lack a brotherhood or a fraternity or literally anything that they can link themselves to and drive and have purpose to. It's like they're just fumbling through life with no actual purpose. So when you grant these men like a greater purpose above themselves, you will see a lot of these men that will absolutely be 120% foot soldiers just to be a part of something. And this is where a lot of the left has prospered, is because these mentally ill kids, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of these people are mentally ill. They'll groom them from a young age in high school and stuff like that, and they'll give them a greater purpose, a greater cause, and then they'll push them out there, the Antifa types. I'm not saying we should groom kids, but I'm saying there's a lot of young men that will have not adapted to that at all, and they're just swimming in a sea of just degeneracy. And if you give them a better purpose and a greater purpose, they will follow you. There's no doubt about that.
That was actually very well said. I like that thought. The thing the problem that we'll run into though is when that time comes, getting ready versus being ready are two totally different things. So you can throw a guy who's just been out there floundering, been raised as a defective girl, has a defective girl's body, and then you go, we're going to war. And he's like, hey, I'm up for the cause, but it's just like, now you are just not built for this shit.
Baptism by fire. You never know someone's true metal till they're thrown in the forge.
I can give you that. I'm just, man, I don't know.
The thing is, how do you get ready? How do you earn experience? By doing.
True.
The thing is, you take. But
wait a second. So for those of you who have been in the military, you're telling me that like you could just show up if you're already not in shape and just go straight to war, no training, your body's built like shit, like you're weak, you're physically weak, and you're saying that you can go from that to war ready in a matter of days. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, we're not like I see articles that say like going to the gym is white supremacy if you're white. Like, I'm seeing it. Like shit's wild. Like there's people who are running around. You're 100% right. They're running around aimless. They're running around aimless and weak. Like that's kind of where my angle on that is. I'm like, cool, we can get these guys brought back around, and like when the time comes, like obviously it's going to be pick a side. Like it's like, hey, shit's hitting the fan, stuff's bad. But
the thing is, since we use military as an analogy, you don't deploy every available man to the front line at once. You rotate out, and then you continuously train more and more men to go with them. You send about 2/3, let 1/3 train who needs to be ready. Then you rotate those men out. Because even people who are good fighters and who are extremely healthy and extremely fit need a rest and relaxation.
Yep. Yes.
So
Okay.
So the survivors of the conflict, you rotate them out. The men who've been in the military, if I'm wrong, let me know.
Hold on. We watch YouTube. I agree with you. Hold on. Sheba had a good time. The time has come. I mean, you have channels like NewFrontier where they're doing their thing over there, and like I rock with it. Like I definitely think that those voices need to be heard. There's a lot of different angles at this, but like there has to be some solutions and there has to be some men of action. And I'm appreciative that these guys exist, even though I argue with them. Like I can argue with somebody and disagree with you, and I can still respect you as men. I can still respect your opinion. You guys are young. You have a lot of energy. Like I respect the hell out of it, and it's like a bunch of different flavors of things going on over there. Like it's a good group where you're getting a lot of different contexts, and you guys don't all have the exact same opinions either. So I mean, I can argue with somebody and think that they totally need to be a voice. Like me and Daryl Long stopped in a little bit ago. I rock with that dude, and me and him argue about everything.
That's my favorite thing.
we set our egos aside to form a collective.
You have to.
We have a goal that we want to pursue, and we're going to pursue it dogmatically until we like exactly. we have different beliefs, different
Bro, B-Rad's a dick.
I mean, he can
dude,
try.
I rock with B-Rad though. B-Rad is the shit.
He can try.
That's hilarious.
Listen, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, this entire YouTube sphere, it's not going to matter at the end of the day. Sadly, it's awesome to be up here talking.
That's not necessarily true though, Bumpkin. You don't know what's going to happen or what the future of this is going to be.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying that it's going to be. I'm saying that it's
history. Yeah, we've seen it as right, exactly. So yeah, you can gauge a prediction. You can make a prediction on what's going to happen based on the historical facts.
The media and propaganda and libraries and newspapers. When shit hits the fan and when comes time to change and people are hungry, that shit's not going to matter. The entertainment, the bread and circuses are eventually going to run out.
The reason why I say that is because I firmly, in my heart of hearts, I really honestly believe that the last thing anybody expected when they did the 2020 lockdowns and whatnot was for people like us to get on YouTube and actually start having discussions like we have. I think that was something that took them, it was unexpected and it took them by storm.
I think you're wrong by that because in 2016 people were doing that. They had a better censorship apparatus and they had all herded everybody into their own little fucking micro groups and it really didn't do anything because that
was a small choice group of people. I mean, if you think of the amount of people that were on YouTube pre-2020 and the amount of people on YouTube post-2020, that's a massive influx of people that have actually started engaging with other people.
Yeah, but they've also ever since, and this started in 2016, so you're already 4 years behind. They've started taking down opposing views to the system. Like the people, there may be 10, 20, 30 million on that view, right, on YouTube now, because but they're not allowed to see, because the algorithm, they're not allowed to see the things that you're seeing.
Exactly.
You've been on YouTube longer than that. You have a pre-current algorithm set.
Actually, I wasn't on YouTube until after 2020. All my engagement was always on Facebook. Now, what you're talking about that you saw in 2016, that's what I was seeing on Facebook in 2016.
Well, my point still stands regardless of the social media, right? Because when you have new people coming in, unless you meet somebody on Facebook and you're able to come over from Facebook or another social media, when you have new people come in, they get this new algorithm that's pushing degeneracy, pushing fucking regular old politics, Democrats and Republicans. It's not pushing. It's not even pushing. It's not even allowing them to see alternative viewpoints. Right? They're being showed sports ball, twerking, fucking whatever the popular song of the day is, whatever TV show is popular.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Well, yeah, they're that's what they're engaged. That's what the vast majority of people in America.
But the thing is most people, you're capable of changing whatever algorithm you have. I've done it. I mean, I literally have 2 separate algorithms on multiple platforms. You know, I got one that's left leaning, one that's right leaning. Why do you think I'm the way I am now? Because I realize both sides are doing the same damn thing to people.
Well, it's because the algorithms at the end of the day push you to the same shit.
Exactly.
No, he's saying that he has 2 different algorithms where he's seeing 2 different sets of information and things.
All leading to the
and
same
it leads
thing.
you to the same thing. That's what I just said.
Oh, okay.
Because the reason, and this, I caught a lot of shit before I met NewFrontier, like a day before, because I called a conservative veteran woman a liberal, and her group of friends got really mad at me. And I'm like, okay, well, for one, all women typically vote on emotion, like go by emotion. If you don't, you're an outlier and not mentally ill, but like mentally broken. That's how nature works. You typically go towards feelings, emotion. If you're a woman,
hold on,
it's a fact.
Snowman, you better give Nunya her wrench or she's going to kill you.
Dude, she's had a wrench since the first time she came to my camp.
Asked me,
you know what?
Funny.
She's fucking delusional.
I don't know what she's talking about. I'm just saying, like, I just caught up on the chat.
Dude, she's mad because I made her give me $3 million in order for her to get her wrench.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. Murda has another question. Reese, was the neighborhood cops more like able back in your teenage years than they are now in days?
Yeah, they were more involved. There wasn't that rivalry between hood niggas and cops back in the day where we were cussing each other. That didn't start until the late 80s. The late 80s. Back in the day, the cops would be on the corner. You go play with them, go jump on their arms, and they'd hold you in the air, that kind of shit. You know, there were, as a matter of fact, the whole community was more. There was more unity and less fear. Like, we didn't even lock our doors, dog. You could walk right into your neighbor's house and, hey, come on in. None of that.
Green Lord must have looked at that nugget porn.
Oh, shit.
Bruh. No, don't look at
He
it.
He said, what the hell? You got the option to pay for your wrench? He made me look at some pics. I had to bleach my eyes when I got my wrench.
that was the one night that
had
we was
to been
all
the
on
nugget
together.
porn.
That shouldn't be legal, man. Nugget porn should be a crime.
No porn should be legal, but you know what?
Right.
It's all haram. It's all haram. Matter of fact, I'm starting my new website, haram.com. It's going to be great.
It is haram.
Hey, don't go look up nugget porn, though. I mean, go look up nugget porn.
Oh, don't do it. I'm going to say...
There go your subscribers.
Bro, be like, next week, no people are watching this shit.
Everybody who Snowman tricks into watching nugget porn should have a class action lawsuit and sue.
Be like, are your eyes okay?
Hey, you know what? You might as well
on
get
May
in line
11th at 10:14 p.m. You may be entitled to some fun.
Mesothelioma of the eyes.
You're going to have to get in line with everyone else I owe money to, man, and that's a long line.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Georgia Swan said she agrees with New Frontier on so many issues, and like, you know what? There's definitely some crossovers. I definitely think that from a party perspective, if you guys get a party started, I would be interested to see who you guys are putting forth as politicians. Like, you guys do have some good ideas. You guys have a lot of energy. You're young, like, and this is the thing, like, you can't discredit the youth because, like, even though I don't necessarily agree with your ideas allow me to move faster amongst my peer group.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the thing that I would say to you is don't necessarily discredit the stuff that the old heads are talking either, because knowledge will make you move faster amongst your peer group. Like,
it's more so the
there's a given
with that. You know, the what was the one guy we had come on all the time? Be brave. You know, it's the corporations, man. You know, do nothing. That's what we go against. And then with the kids with, you know, nothing really matters, bro. Like, don't care. That's what we're trying to get
the sophistry with the boomers and the nihilism with the Gen Z.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
and I'm Gen Z. I'm not a nihilist at all. Some people call me too optimistic, but the way New Frontier is going right now is boots on the ground activity.
Thank you, B-Rad. We appreciate
working
it.
in the communities, working with the people. You know, direct conversations with the everyday average people, because no one cares about this, you know, esoteric bullshit about the right, left, and the Democrats said that today. No one cares about that.
My all-white Hyperborean ethno state.
They care about what's in your wallet. You know, how much you're going to pay for health care.
Yep.
You know, what are they going to get when they go to the grocery store? That's what matters.
Absolutely.
Not this bullshit you see on Fox News. Or, here's what this politician said. Who fucking cares?
The people demand action, and it's time they get what they demand.
Exactly.
I always put it like this: where the state fails, if you're able-bodied and you can collectivize, you should make up as much as possible where the state fails. Right?
Wherever the state does not exist, you must exist.
You must become. That's how you carve out your own demographics. That's how the left has won all these years. That's how they do it.
Hold on. Take it as this. This is the thing that the right, that people on the right and all these other people, they don't understand. They think, we put one guy in, it's going to change. Everything's going to. It doesn't work that way anymore. You got to have a strong collective.
I was going to
say it was never supposed
to that way.
You got to have. The thing is, you're right. The thing is that they've made it seem that way. That it's one person. That's how you change. No. You've got to have a strong, good, solid group of people that are willing and committed, no matter the consequences, no matter the struggle, to win. And this male monkey said, but they're literally fascists. See, this is always, you always got to put labels and this dumb, these small labels. I don't know if this is one of your usual viewers. No disrespect to you. No.
Well, no, I want you to elaborate. That's the reason I put the comment up, because I knew he was going to see it. So
you
go ahead.
And say that, they're fascists. It's always trying to shut down the conversation. Well, they're fascists, so don't listen to them. I could sit here and talk about how I want to cure cancer and I have a cure for cancer and I'm going to, get rid of cancer. And then someone will say, well, but they're fascists. So does that now should we stop talking about the cure because his politics is wrong? I don't agree. Get out of that. If you have people, listen, I talk to communists. I've spent a lot of time talking to white nationalists. I spent a lot of time talking to a lot of people. There's some things I may disagree on. There's some things I agree on. If someone's got something good for you, and this is even in the world of business, somebody's got some. Someone comes to you and says, "Hey, I know a great way of making money, and let me show you." Are you going to ignore it? You're going to take it. Even if you may disagree with him, even if you look at him and say, I don't really like this guy, but if he's got a good way and he proves it and shows that, hey, this is a proper way of making more money and, getting you something, you're going to take it either way. So when it comes to these people, it's like, but they're fascists. Oh my God, get out of here.
Hold on. Andre's got a question for you, Andre.
They're fascists.
Andre, he said, what's your ultimate goal socially within the next few years?
Socially. So like, are you, when you ask that question, because really my main focus is anything political. That's where I'm going to be. New Frontier is where I'm at. This is what I'm working with. And I'm glad Bumpkin has brought me on. I love doing this. I'm always going to be in the realm of politics, talking to people, action. That's my life's purpose. But, in the next few years, I wouldn't say expect anything too big. Nothing like the Senate or anything. That's the ultimate plan. But, pushing New Frontier forward, getting us where we need to be. That's where I see myself.
Does anyone know Tier, who's in the back?
Never heard of him.
Hey, Tier, can you cam up and give me a peace sign real quick? Make sure you're a real person. So I know the New Frontier guys. They be bringing the dick people with.
No, that is not.
People
us.
do not like y'all.
No, they can hate all the they bitch ass motherfuckers just hating this shit. Fuck it.
If they want to come up here and hate, they can come up here.
Because look, I've been doing this almost a year. Ain't nobody tried to put their dick on here until y'all showed up. I'm just saying.
Don't you put that on me, Ray. Don't you
Now the
put
name-
that on
Don't
me.
you put that on us? It's not our fault. It's not
Now
our
the name changed to Pax Romano.
Up till now, this has been a clean show.
Oh.
Pax
Oh
Romano.
shit, that's
one of our-
Marcel.
Yeah,
That's Marcel. Marcel, you
Oh.
better not act up, Marcel. I swear, Marcel.
Marcel-
Don't act up.
Okay,
Marcel, you
Monkey.
keep.
I've talked to him
spamming
before.
me.
I've talked to him before over on your guys' channel with Andre.
Yes.
Marcel, I just checked. I just checked my Telegram. You spam me with all these music links. But yeah, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
What's going on?
All right,
What's up,
you
bro?
are go for. No, I'm just kidding.
You are goddamn.
You are go for a dick bomb. Go.
Be like,
I would
be
say-
like, what happened? Be like,
I
bro,
would
like
say-
they all drop off except for him. He whips his dick out, and they're like, "Don't fuck with us." Like, leave. Like, bro, I really hate y'all.
Literally hovering while I look after.
Where'd Snowman go?
So, yo, real quick,
I wanted off this ride.
Go ahead.
I have zero familiarity with New Frontier. So somebody tell me what the stated goal of New Frontier is.
The stated goal
Bleep.
of New Frontier is to be a political and social revolution in the United States. That is the far absolute goal, right? We
That
have
was super nebulous. I mean, like clear specifics.
You asked, and that was very specific.
It was not. I
I'll put it in this way: operating in local communities, food drives, helping out the homeless, trying to build. If you ever heard of the group Casa Pound in Italy, you call them what they are, call them what you want. I don't care. But what they've done over the past 20, 30 years, they've done an extensive amount of work of helping people out in their country in need, people who are out of work, doing as much as they possibly can to help out their fellow citizens. That's exactly what we want to do here in the United States. We may have certain programs and certain institutions and certain, organizations that may do that, but their entire aim, and given the system we live in, is of course going to be for profit. We're not looking for profit. Mm-hmm. We're looking for the betterment of our people, the continuation of our way of life, the existence and the future for our children. That's what we're looking for. That's what we need. Not, another dime a dollar. I would like to make another dime a dollar, but my main goal and our main goal and New Frontier's main goal is the betterment of our nation, our people first and foremost.
Now, given what you just said and what you said a little bit earlier, how does that differ from OG Federalists?
How is it?
Doesn't at all. It doesn't at all. You can call us. I mean,
We're
listen.
inspired by Federalists.
We're inspired by Federalists just as much as we're inspired by other people. It's like there's a lot of
the thing that I would add into this that I'm just saying as an outsider looking in is I don't see that as a bad thing. That's a net positive for society. So do you got my support. I don't see that as a net negative. You guys aren't. And this is the thing that we're not looking at. Like there's so many movements where they're just blatantly evil. If all you're doing is tearing stuff down, it is evil. When we look at what they're doing with pushing the agendas that they're pushing in our schools and on children, it is evil. They want to destroy the nuclear family. Why? That is a net negative for everyone. It is evil.
I know one benefit.
There's no benefit for anybody. They're like, we just want to create carnage and anarchy.
There is no benefit. They want to destroy the fabric of society so that they can rebuild it in their image. That's the benefit.
Exactly. Yeah.
They get the chaos to build
ruthless.
That's how communistic and nihilistic revolutions work. They destroy society. Have you ever looked up the definition of nihilism? Google it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Just
How do
do
you
it
spell
for
it? How do you spell it?
The Russian
me.
Never heard of it.
NIAHLISM, I think.
And I got it. The definition of nihilism is the rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that life is meaningless.
Keep going. There's a second definition.
Hold on. Let me see more. Hold up a second.
It has to do with a certain nation. In
Mayo
Europe.
says, ask them their policies to get there.
Well, see, the thing is with NewFrontier is that when you ask about policies, right, you're looking at it as, well, we're a political party and we're going to be running for Kent. No, that's not how it starts. Like I said, you have to work within these communities, operating and trying to, better the
You're
people.
talking about grassroots.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got more for nihilism.
Now, if you want to talk about, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead and finish, Andre. I'm sorry for cutting
If
you
you
off.
want
My
to sit
bad.
here
I
and
can't
talk
see the screen.
policies, we can get into our views, because we do have we all do have views on foreign policy, on immigration. It's a bunch of stuff. You can go down that list and we can give it to you. But it's not okay, we have a set amount of policies that we're running on, and this year we're going to win on it. Like that's not how it works. It works with a grassroots collective that has a strong relationship with the people. That's how you win in today's politics.
Let me interject something real quick. Because I know Mayo's just doing this to obfuscate. What are your policies? Like, how would you fix the problems? Because I love how when people talk about wanting change, the first thing is, well, why would you do that? They're fascist, and it's a bunch of obfuscation. So what would you do to fix the problem, or would you just want more of the fucking same?
Yeah, I guess he doesn't like the word collective.
well, my thing is this: if we already have, because like Mayo's a Midwestern gentleman, like I am, so
I'm also in the Midwest.
Oh, nice. Hey, what's up, buddy? But if you promise not, dude, see, so you got Bumpkin, you should make a trip down and come meet my mom.
Where at?
Hey, Sugar Bum got a break from a street corner.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
I'm all the way from North Dakota.
Shit, I have a friend that believes the same as Bumpkin and I and Andre, who lives like in which side of the river are you on?
Missouri. I'm literally on the Kansas side, but I'm right outside of downtown.
Because my friend is from Missouri. Like I've met a lot of people. I'm supposed to go visit and hang out with him soon.
Quick question, y'all. Has anybody heard the latest out of Philly? So
no.
Listen, y'all. A sister helped 2 convicted killers escape from prison. They haven't found these cats yet. One of them has murdered 4 people already.
Ooh. Oh Jesus! What's good, Sugar Bum? Sugar Bum's in the house.
Yeah, her pimp let her take a break from the corner.
Hey, you be nice to my troll. She came in on good behavior tonight.
That is a 13-hour drive for me.
Oh Jesus!
Sugar Bum's corner.
Jesus. Well, like I'm in North Dakota.
Sugar Bum.
Oh, okay. God, I keep forgetting how far north you could possibly be. Like it's cold there still.
Yeah. I did a job in North Dakota last year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm in part.
Fucking Detroit Lakes.
Oh, yeah. That's a while away from me. I'm in like the Grand Forks area. I'm like right on the border of Minnesota and North Dakota.
So what I was going to say to Mayo's point is, regardless of how you guys want to frame yourselves, if Muslim guy came in and was like, I'm a white nationalist, I want to do programs to help Americans, and we're going to help as many citizens as we can, I would not care that a white nationalist was helping American citizens. I would not care that whatever label you want to put on them, and like, God dang it, I hate having to get on soapboxes and defend every fucking body, but people want to say stuff without context. I'm like, they're not trying to do anything bad. Like
they're a bunch of snitches up here on this panel,
dude.
That's why I hate with these people. They're like, well, you have these labels. It's like,
hold on,
kill anyone. Go ahead.
Hold on, Mayo. He said notice they won't talk policies. Mayo, this is
Don't you have to be able to get elected before you can even talk policy?
Yes. Hey, we're not even talking about running for politics yet. We're talking about creating a grassroots movement.
If you want to know,
go ahead. Political revolution, but cultural comes first, and carving out your own demographics across the United States is not an easy task, Mayo. It's not going to happen in a year. It's not going to happen in 5 years, probably. It's a long, tedious process.
It's not like you go to sleep and wake up.
I wouldn't fuck you with Ray's dick. I'm sorry.
but I would fuck you with Snowman's dick and Ray pushing.
That's fucked up, dude.
Bro, you getting the power.
Why do I got to be the one that catches the herpes?
What the fuck just happened?
Bro, they're
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Snowman
What happened to the show?
Snowman and Sugar Bum, bro. Like she done took it all. See, this is the energy, man. I got
What,
the
you
I
mean
got the
trailer
best
park
role.
I own? Dude, I own a trailer park, Sugar Bum.
I need a trailer.
If you ain't careful, you may end up in that trailer park someday, and I'm going to tell you no because we don't like hoes there.
Oh, gee. What are you talking about? They love hoes in trailer parks.
You a motherfucking lie.
Yo,
There's
trying
more
to.
hoes in a trailer park than on a city block.
Hey, well, I'm trying to start a respectable trailer park community, please.
Shit.
Oh my.
I know that's hard to believe, but
That's
you know
like
what?
trying to start a
You gotta-
black clan.
Hey, dude, I know it's hard to believe, but we're doing it grassroots. You got to start somewhere.
Fucking Scarby
Oh
win.
my god.
You don't have to start anywhere because Be Brave lives in the safest trailer park in the United States.
Fuck Be
We
Brave.
just need to go find him. We just need to go find him.
Be Brave is probably Sugar Bum's pimp.
You have a better chance of riding a pig through a mosque.
Then find him Be Brave's trailer.
Just hear him screaming somewhere. Just gotta listen to the sounds of him talking about
Facts.
the corporations. It's a psyop, and you'll find them easy.
Bro. And the blacks, they're all criminals. Every last one of them. They're like, I've never seen a white person commit a crime ever.
And I got on over about that.
I can't get over how Mayo just listens to he just listens to what's the term?
The buzzwords.
Buzzwords. Yeah,
Yeah.
he just listens to buzzwords.
We're talking about Mayo. Are
Policy?
y'all giving
I mean,
Mayo
I listen
attention?
to REC.
Well,
I'm gonna be
no.
honest with you. You know why I call it a cultural revolution? You wanna know why? I could use a different frame, right? It'd be better to use the frame. But the United States culture right now is liberalism.
No.
It
This
is,
is not.
but
This
my-
is
you know
bullshit.
what?
I have to
You-
interrupt. I have to interrupt here. This is bullshit boomerism that's going on. Oh no, the communists said something, so that's forever what it is. But I hate communists, but I'm gonna hang on every fucking word they say. If they say culture revolution bad. Oh,
I just
never
wanna
mind
point
that
out-
we're trying to have a cultural revolution against communism.
I
It's
just
like I
want to
said.
point out
said
that
that
my
we're
nails
curing
and my
cancer.
hair
Go, man.
are real. They're mine. They didn't belong to anyone else before me.
Answer the first. He's making demands. Answer the first question. The fuck are you, Keanu Reeves? Now, like,
You can't handle the
I'd
truth.
rather ask. Where was it? Murder.
I think.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
answered-
here.
I think I've
Brother.
answered the questions pretty well here.
Do you think the next president should be built on popularity for influential purposes or more solution based in hopes that society matures?
Oh, you already know I got an answer for that.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
President
So I think we
doesn't
talked
matter.
about that. Yeah, the presidency, honestly, when we look at it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. What I advocate for, and this isn't the view of NewFrontier. This is on my own personal view, how I view it. Just looking at the Constitution and how I feel would be best for the nation. I truly believe we should go back to pre-FDR rules of if the people feel a leader is strong enough to lead the nation, especially in times of crisis or in times when there is no crisis. If the people feel that this is a strong leader, he's bringing good policies, he's bringing good results for the nation and for our people, then he should continue to be that leader throughout the duration of his tenure. And I would say he should not be reelected no more than twice, but he can stay in the power as long as he needs to. With having the House and the Senate doing its job with checks and balances, making sure this administration is properly, and then you have the Supreme Court making sure that the Constitution is interpreted is the way it should, making sure that nothing's illegal going on, making sure there's a constant flow back and forth. And you really, this is a kind of a view where we don't want the two parties that we have now, because it's a game back and forth. The two parties, they have this this disguise as their two, but really they're one system, giving you this illusion of choice when you really don't have a choice at all. But the president, whoever the president is, I think it should be young. I think it should be someone with experience. I don't mind someone that's old. I don't want them to be old and frail and we got to, carry them up the damn stairs or, give them, make sure they got a handler nearby or they're going to fall over like we have now. But someone strong, someone competent, someone that is, who can stand against any damn thing. No man's invincible, but we don't have leaders like we used to anymore. We don't have strong men of action anymore. in these positions of power. That goes from the presidency all the way down to your goddamn local level. Your damn garbage man
The local level is more important than the federal level because that's what affects you directly.
Exactly.
But people care more about federal elections for some reason.
Because that's the big show. It's the big show makes the most money. Local, no one gives a damn about local because there's no show there. You turn on at 4 o'clock and there's, oh my God, so such and such one, and you turn it off. But you'll sit here and talk about the president for 10 years straight, and as they've been doing, talking about Donald Trump for forever. And this man's not even the damn president anymore.
The problem, when they do care about their local election, when they drive their car into an entire pothole, that's when they care about their local election. Like even then they just grumble. Even then they just grumble about it. They don't actually do anything. They don't actually go out there and bitch at their fucking their local. I don't know. It's different from each fucking.
I don't know about y'all, but I want Trump back. I want $2 gas again. I want to have another car.
I don't. I think Trump was a grifter. I
don't think he was a grifter, but I still want $2 gas back.
I want chaos back too. Trump brings chaos. I love chaos.
I agree with that, and that would be the only reason why I want him back now. No, for anything else.
What about Bobby Kennedy?
Bobby Kennedy is I mean the thing
Bobby
is
they have a run of bad luck. I don't think Kennedy would,
I mean hold on.
I'm voting for Andre.
Thank you. That right there, we get Kennedy in office, we got some shit. Cause I mean someone's getting shot. Like, I would expect in the modern world, I would think in the modern, this century, I would expect a lot more shootings and assassinations, but I'm calm this shit down.
Listen, you know who I'm voting for? I'm voting for Ketcher Freeman.
Ketcher Freeman.
I'm voting for Kanye West.
For Uncle Ruckus.
Bruh.
I would about 3 months ago, I would have voted for Kanye West, but now, no.
No, I'm not. I always thought Kanye West.
I want chaos.
I will not vote for post 21 Jump Street Kanye.
From Philly, he likes and being former Army, he likes chaos. He likes
yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Chaos is like oxygen to me.
He said, I'm voting for whoever's going to set the most
like
stuff
a
on
true
fire.
star major right there.
Yeah,
let me give a disclaimer though, yo. Let me explain why I like chaos, right? So if everyone in the world will listen to me, everything will be just fine. And you're not going to. So fuck you. I want to see as much calamity and carnage as possible. And that's the only way to clean things up. That's what people are afraid to say. The real truth is
you're an accelerationist.
Something really drastic has to happen in order to clean things up. Because everybody has a program that will work. I've listened to 100 people describe something that would work for society, and it would. The only thing is, it would take too fucking long. I'm 53. I want perfection tomorrow. And the only way that's going to happen is complete carnage and lawlessness for like a year.
Yes.
So hold on, I want to. I want to address his comment that he just made. He said, "Beware of those telling you what they want for you without telling you how they will do it." Good day. So Mayo, this is the thing. First of all, they don't have any political power right now. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's a grassroots movement. The third thing is these young men have time. I don't believe that every one of them is going to exist in a complete vacuum from point A of their lives to the end of their lives. They are still growing. They are still experiencing things. They are still formulating what they're doing. No party just spun up and went, yep, we're exactly this. And then we're exactly that when it ended, bro. Like, people's opinions, their beliefs, and their ideals grow with them. And I think that the fact that they want to do something at their age is something that we should be commending and not trying to strike down. Like, let these kids, they're inheriting the mess that your generation spilled onto my generation, that spilled onto their generation. Now, how they choose to fix it is on them, because we're not going to be here for it, most of us.
Yep.
So they need to start figuring out how to come up with solutions. And like, my only pushback for you, Mayo, is I don't think that we should be cutting the legs under the next generation from our viewpoint.
Why don't he get up here and
we should give them a chance. Like, they're going to bump their heads, they're going to fail on their own, and they're going to change their opinions.
Exactly.
But they should get to try. They should get to try.
Why don't he get up here and talk to us?
Yeah.
He normally does. He normally does that.
he usually does when it's snowman's, but I haven't talked to him in forever.
He's jumped on my panels before, but I just don't I don't believe in cutting the legs out from under people that are trying to do something. I'm like, you guys are talking about setting up some programs and doing some grassroots stuff. Go out there and put some boots on the ground. Like Snowman, he's put boots on the ground. When Mike Rage comes up here, he's done a bunch for this country from that standpoint. A bunch. So is Snowman. Like, they've put boots on the ground, and their experience on what they experience doing that, you guys might want to glean into some of those things, because what you guys are doing does have merit. And I believe that there could be an outcome. The issue is what happened with Mike, and Snowman can attest to this, is like those movements get infiltrated and then they set you up and then they arrest you or kill you.
Every time.
And both of them have direct experience in exactly how that's happened. And that's something that might be of value to you, young gentlemen, that you might want to tap in with the right people, which is why I set my platform up the way that it is. I know that me personally, I'm not important. I'm a little bit crazy. I'm kind of entertaining and I spaz out. But what I am good at is making spaces for people to link to people that they might need. And I think that you gentlemen might need some of the game that some of these older cats, specifically Mike Rage, who's not here tonight, but he does frequent this panel, and Snowman have, because they've also been boots on the ground in a very high capacity and have experienced exactly what happens when a movement is infiltrated and then set up from the inside.
It's very noticeable for the most part.
Yeah,
Not always.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was about to say, I was like, you might want to talk to some of these older cats, because Mike Rage is the one who set up the 3%ers. So
he's the one that set them up.
He's responsible for starting a very good majority of the 3% movements across the country.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to check your phrasing on that, because it's
check your phrasing, because it sounded like you were telling me that he's the one that infiltrated them. That's what it sounded like.
No. Oh, no. He started a bunch of
he started it. Awesome.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Okay, there's no problem with that. I understand that infiltration of groups are a massive thing. We all know it happens. Consecutively happens, right? One thing about that is I'm a complete dictator when it comes to NewFrontier. There's no in or out.
You're a dick who likes taters. We get
it. That's why he's
I'm a dictator, not a tyrant, right? I'm fair. Ask anyone in NewFrontier. I'm very fair.
I don't
know. Dictatorship. I like.
He gives me sleeps. He gives me eats. I get a little bit of whippings every now and again.
As long as oh my god!
Damn, you got Toby falling in line.
Master got me working.
Oh
god! Oh my god!
But here's the thing. But
does he give you more than chicken necks and chitlins?
No, chitlins and water only.
Chitlins and water. Yeah,
no
milk either. They're hot chitlins, dude. No milk.
But go ahead.
Anyways, it would be almost how we got it set up right now. It would be very, 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 very difficult for someone to infiltrate, because they'd have to get into the high ranking members, and that's near impossible. Or even if they got into our main chat, they're gonna, if it's a federal agent, they're not gonna find anything illegal, and they're not going to be able to guide the group in any illegal direction. The only way I could possibly see it happening is a federal agent somehow getting into our main chat, and then somehow hosting a coup, getting me out of the picture, and then gaining power. That's the only way.
Happen.
So my question is this. This is what I look at, and from my perspective, because I'm looking at you, decade down the road, you guys have been putting boots on the ground. You're doing a good job. You're helping people. A lot of people are picking up on this. You're getting a lot of support. A lot of people are following you. The three of you that are sitting here are all very pivotal parts within this organization that now has 400,000 people. And now it's spread out. Now there are more people. Now they're like, that's what I'm looking at. Like when you get to 50,000 people, that's when you're going to start at least in my ideal, if you get to the point where they're like, hey, these movements are happening, you guys get a little bit of buzz, and I believe that you're going to do this. And this is the reason that I'm putting it to you in this way. Like I'm not going to be the person who speaks death into people that are trying. So I'm going to speak the life into you that I see for you guys. As soon as you hit about 50,000 people, you're going to start getting a lot more. I mean, on the road to that, you're going to get noticed. You're getting noticed now, right?
Yeah.
Now, once you get to that point, it's not when you've got 10 guys that they're going to worry about you. Because like right now, they don't care what you say. They don't care what you're doing. It's 5 guys, or it's how I'm not trying to, I don't know how many people you guys have in your Telegram or how big your group is. But what I'm saying is like, when you're starting out, that's not when you're a threat. And our government is a reactionary government. They're going to go, oh, this movement's got 50,000 people and they're showing up and they're actually like making some noise. Hey, bro, call them.
Crank them, John.
Yeah, that's what, like, send them in. Like, send them in then. So what I'm saying is like right now, 100%, nobody's infiltrating because you can see everything. My thought, the question that I would have for you, and the thing that I think Mike and probably Snowman could pour into you on, because I don't have the answers, is what happens when there's 5,000 people that you're responsible for? What happens at 10,000 people? What happens every step of the way on the road to be able to keep? Because somebody who's had a group that they started, infiltrated, and disseminated, like Mike has a charge from January 6th and he didn't show up. He wasn't even there.
May I answer this question?
Yes, sir.
The FBI come after me because of the Michigan thing.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, this is where organizations and political beliefs like ours thrive, right? Because instead of being a bunch of spurgy idiots that are chaotic and just doing their own thing, we have an organized goal and we speak to each other every day, right? When you have a sturdy hierarchy, you don't allow people to do things that would harm the organization, and that automatically is a deterrent for infiltration. But the federal government infiltrates everything from Sunday schools to militias. So
right.
Like there is, you guys are 100% right, and I personally wouldn't mind listening to them or speaking to them about it, so we know their methods. But when you have a hierarchical fascistic system like we have, right? Because people say we're fascists, right? So let's just embrace it. If you have a hierarchical system, which honestly isn't fascist, it's traditionalist, it makes it impossible to have infiltrators do anything. Okay? Because they can't do anything without going up through each ranking system. Right? So the way it would work in a hierarchy, right, is whoever's under Bumpkin would have guys under them, who would then have guys under them, who would then have guys under them, all the way to the bottom. Somewhere along that chain, before it got to somewhere where somebody could do something stupid, it would have been found out in a truly hierarchical system. Because this is again goes to my thing about libertarianism. Like, right, when you have this individuality, you give people a certain autonomy to do things in your organization's name. We're not going to do that. That's stupid. That's how you get done. If I'm wrong, Bumpkin and Andre can say, "Hey, he's wrong," but that's how you get infiltrated. That's how you get things done in your name, and fuck shit happens.
No, it's straight top to bottom. If I say, you know, in this area of the United States, let's say Midwest, just use Midwest. If I say all Midwest chapters are going to host food drives across the Midwest on this date, and I'll give a 3-month time, and I'll tell that to my next advisor, and then my next that advisor will carry it down the line, organize it, and it will be carried out. And also when the federal government tries to infiltrate your group, the first thing they look for is illegal activity. Right? We are not committing illegal activity in any capacity whatsoever.
So,
we're not even going as far as not paying taxes. Okay, we pay our taxes.
So
they
if
pay
they
me
can't
well.
fight it, they'll just do it.
So what I was going to say was the one thing that I would say, and I'm going to speak, and then Snowman's probably going to interrupt me because it's actually his story to tell. But like, from what he told me about the group that he was a part of, when they set that group up, the person who was in charge of setting that group up was the feds. He had infiltrated the group and started a chapter. and then all the things that followed that whole.
Well, no, the guy that infiltrated the group was a Fed informant.
Okay, gotcha. There we go.
He was hired by the feds. He was a convicted pedophile, is what he was. That's the wild thing about it, is the guy was a convicted child predator. He ended up getting a 15-year-old girl pregnant, and
What the fuck?
Seriously, and had his wife that he lived with now was raising the daughter of the girl he got pregnant. So he's a convicted pedophile. Plus, he had multiple gun spec charges on his record, and this is who the FBI thought was the best person to hire to be an informant. They gave this guy an unlimited supply of money, like had a federal FBI credit card to where he could go and take people out on dinners, on excursions. He was renting hotel rooms for 20, 30, 40 different guys at a time. He was paying for dinners that cost thousands of dollars a pop. All right. And look, this guy, what he was doing is he was going around and he was getting people like myself. He had this group. He was starting a new militia group. It was called the 3% Patriots. All right. And they were supposed to be nationwide. There was supposed to be a chapter in every state. And what he was doing is he was taking people, like myself, who are patriots, and he was making them COs and XOs of these militia groups in each state. All right. That way to make it seem as though to the courts and everyone else in the federal government that they were these extreme right wing, they were these big right wing extremist leaders in states trying to cause this big, basically they were trying to bring down the fabric of democracy in America is what they were doing. I'll be honest with you. The only reason why I didn't end up in prison like the rest of the guys that did, because I was an XO to the Indiana chapter of the 3% Patriot group. I ran his militia in Indiana.
Will you elaborate on? Well, you also said that it's because you didn't show up for their firearms training.
The reason why I didn't end up in prison is because I never went to a field training. That was the only.
And will you elaborate on how they set the field training up? Because that was the part that I was saying. Because I was like, when they were talking about people not doing stuff in the name and like them not knowing, this was something that was pretty important. The field training piece of this, because the feds set that up.
The feds actually, they were the ones that set up the trainings. They're the ones that actually plan the trainings. They're the ones that provided all of the equipment and all the most of the material that for the trainings. Dude, they were the ones trying to convince a lot of these guys at the trainings. The feds were trying to sell citizens shit like C4.
Well, yeah, they hate you. They hate you and want you dead. So they're going to do anything they can to have that happen. Yep. The simple fact is that goes along with what I was saying. Is your groups had too much autonomy. They had too many. You had too many people able to make too many the same. Like you had too much overlap in decisions.
But my question is this, because we've seen groups that were other groups that were nonviolent. I mean, if you look at, for instance, the Panthers. They were doing food drives. They were protecting their neighborhoods. They were non-aggressive. They were defensive. They were doing what they needed to do to defend.
Well, you can't have. I'm going to go ahead and answer that because I know what you're going to say. You cannot have standing paramilitaries in the United States. That's what they label. That's what they label militias as.
Actually, that's not a law.
But what I'm saying is, when they infiltrated those groups, it's not like they started off at the top. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike set up most of those 3%ers things, and then they infiltrated the group. Like they didn't just show up one day and be like, hey, let us set some groups up too. And he was like, great. Those were people that were already there. A lot of those times when you get set up as a leader, and this is the reason I think it's great that you guys have there's 3 of you, but like when you set a leader up, you ingrain someone with them. And this is a long game. It's not like they just show up one day and they're there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be somebody that you smile at every day for years, that you have faith in, that you believe in, that has been trained to kill their puppy, because they're going to have a relationship with you.
Someone that said that claims to have your back, because I'm here to tell you that every single patriot group, every militia group, every America First group, every group that is trying to be America First, that's trying to go against this authoritarian government, has been infiltrated by feds. Every single one of them, all of them.
Besides New Frontier.
Well, Uncle.
I mean, I want to take it as this. You know,
yeah,
I want to listen to that. I don't want to be naive and like, oh, it won't happen to us, because I feel it is going to happen one day. If it's
you can only bet so much, man.
But the thing is, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, since it's going to happen, then do nothing now. No, it's going to be still go forward. You just have to make sure you keep the right people. And you're right. You never know. It's people you're going to look at every day and smile and like, yeah, I'm fucking great, man. Yeah, we're great. We're good. You know, I'm your best buddy, pal. And it turns out, you know, he's over here snitching to the feds and shit. You know, he's going every Sunday bringing donuts. You know, yeah,
trying to
that's the
make
reality.
sure the bread's moldy. Like,
I say,
see, the wild thing about the Michigan thing was, I know everybody remembers they talked about the Dublin meeting, right? Dublin, Ohio. All these guys met in Dublin.
Yeah,
I was there, and the only thing that we talked about, we wanted to actually capitalize off of the George Floyd thing while the whole nation was pissed at it. We wanted to capitalize. We wanted to actually use that as a way to heal some of the wounds between Black and white America and say, look, we stand here with you. We understand that what we just saw was the most appalling thing that anybody could have ever witnessed on live TV. And you're not alone. And that's what we wanted to do is look, we had 13 different states there trying to put our heads together to come up with a way to use this and capitalize on it on a positive way before the media took it and spun it into what they did.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of that, so I think it's interesting that we tore this whole nation apart over George Floyd, but Rasheem Carter got ripped into pieces and spread over 100 miles, and ain't nobody said shit.
We did.
I find it, well, I know we did. And I find it very interesting that Arena Preston got gunned down by 4 demons in Chicago. And I mean, can we, like, our priorities, like, they're telling us to be mad. And like, that goes back to how this populace is so stupid. They get told when to be angry. They get told to. And like, then when the legitimate stuff happens, we're desensitized to it. And nobody wants to say nothing. Like,
I don't fully understand Murder's question that he had for me.
Serve a first instead of the people. I don't know.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. I threw it up, but like, hey, Murder, if you could elaborate on that question, because like that, I don't know if I'm not reading it right or if something.
Because I will certainly answer the question. I just got to understand what it is that you're asking first.
Yeah. But that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you guys shouldn't do anything. I'm saying like I'm always a forward thinker. I think contingency and like
yeah.
Well, no, it's appreciated. No, we understand. No, it's appreciated.
There's a risk to be taken getting into this type of shit. You already know the risk. You know, it's
100%.
How determined are you to when this shit happens?
See, the thing is that I would like to share with you though, Andre, is we need more people that aren't right out in the open about it. If you're actually wanting to see some change in America, there's too many people putting their face out there and not enough people that aren't being visual and vocal about things. We need less people visual and vocal and people in the back that are getting things done, because let people like myself and like Mike or Muslim guy who's already had the feds at their door, let us continue to deal with that. No, I'm just saying, in all honesty, our name's already on a list, Muslim guy. So why put more people's names on lists?
Is it because I wear a turban?
Muslim guy's like, no, I don't want any of my friends to be able to fly.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with that. I hear what you're saying. But if you're truly about change and you're truly for, doing something in this country, fear only defeat. Don't fear, going to jail, die. Fear defeat. Fear being defeated and we losing this war. The thing is with me is I view it, if somebody guns me down, I'm a Marty, I get shot down. Someone needs to pick up the torch. It just can't be a focus on me.
Sir,
You're
I
right.
understand
It
what I
can't be a
understand what
focus.
you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily fear that I'm talking about. It's more so about strategy.
Okay.
You know, look at what happened to Lavoy. You know who Lavoy is, obviously. You know, Lavoy Finicum. He got gunned down. He's the original hands up, don't shoot. Nobody picked up the torch after he got gunned down.
I mean, the whole hands up, don't shoot
That
shit.
was bullshit.
No, he really is the original hands up, don't shoot, because he was gunned down with his hands up in the air with no weapons on him.
Yeah.
You mean he was the actual?
The actual, yeah, that's what I'm
right.
The original, the actual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. If hands up, don't shoot was a person, it was him. So
yeah.
No innocent man should be killed, but unfortunately, we live in a tyrannical society.
Well, my thing is, I'm like,
change.
I don't understand how there are so many people that we can kill. Like, I don't understand why these cops have to be trigger happy with people that are not a threat. What about those four monsters in Chicago? Where was the trigger happy white boy then? Come on, bro. Do your job.
Here's my thing, dude. Like, I absolutely hate cops. Like, I'm anti-police all the way. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm anti most of our police. I think sheriffs are, they're constitutional.
Nah, sheriffs, like, the only difference between them and constables are city police.
I watched First Blood. I know what they did.
Unfortunately, you need law and order to have civilized society.
Well, sheriffs have to have a duty to the Constitution. That's about the only difference between them and police. Police are the political arm of the mayor, and the sheriff is an elected official. You know what I'm saying?
That's a huge difference, though.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. But the thing is,
that's
they
the
wind up
actual
doing the same
election.
shit. Yeah, but the sheriff's deputies
why do they wind
shit.
up doing the same shit? Because we have all these unconstitutional policing systems out there that are circumventing the sheriffs, the actual sheriffs.
But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. The sheriff's supposed to
be look like a sheriff can't even come into city limits anymore and do anything in city limits without.
That's not true.
At
least where I live.
You might say that's not true, but I'm gonna tell you what. I don't know how many times I've tried to call sheriffs about shit that were going on in the city, and they said that they would always say that you have to deal with the city police on that.
Where I live, they come. Both of them come. Whoever's quicker, whoever's there closer.
Come in quick.
You'll have like 2 sheriff's cars.
No, you're not catching what I'm saying, dude. I'm not talking about for someone getting pulled over or this, that, and the third.
I'm talking about if you dial 911.
Say there's some shit going on where you need the sheriff to come and go to your, say for instance, your ex's house. That way he can sit and enforce your court order to allow her to release your children to you. They won't do it, because that's not their jurisdiction. They say go to the police department, when actually that is the sheriff's jurisdiction.
Well, the sheriff's
everything within the county is
it's the whole county. The sheriff's jurisdiction is the whole county. The police jurisdiction is only within the municipality.
State highway patrol, the local police, the auxiliary police, the mounted police, all this other shit. Those are all unnecessary, unconstitutional policing agencies, and they've been enacted to do nothing but turn us into slaves. They're nothing but road pirates. They're road pirates that go out and generate revenue.
He said road pirates.
Sovereign citizens get what they.
The highwaymen. Barragan.
Good God, they're brigands.
And you know damn well, if you're going to say that, there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're either sovereign or a citizen. You can't be both.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. Like the sovereign citizens are also retarded.
Quit saying sovereign citizen, because those don't exist.
Sovereign citizen.
The circle squares, all right? Listen. Okay.
I know my rights underneath the Articles of Confederation.
Ironically,
they don't even get the Articles.
You better watch out.
Right.
Jeremy navigates his existence as a sovereign citizen. So, like, now that we've
he's not a sovereign citizen. Sovereign.
They don't even fucking get the Articles of Confederation right.
Right. Bro, ironically, all citizens are supposed to be sovereign.
But that's what a citizen is. It's a mutualistically beneficial member of a nation. The difference between citizens and peasants and citizens are armed and get to make political decisions.
Right. Well, a citizen, it means co-ruler. That's the original meaning of the word citizen from the Greek. So, I mean, like, honestly, I don't know. You guys were talking about policies and shit. I got policies. Any question you got, I got an answer for it
Yeah,
on what we
I
should be
actually did
fucking.
a real.
All I'm saying is, like, let's not pick and choose.
Hold on, Muslim guy. I actually did a real good interview with Casey about 3 weeks back, where if he was running for president, I asked him what he would do, and it was, dude, this dude's got answers. He's got answers.
I do want to ask Casey a question.
Yes.
When you and I first met on Jay Rillo's stream, and I talked about the original meaning of certain words in Greek, you told me that was irrelevant. Why does it matter now?
What do you mean?
He said he brought it all the way back.
When we were talking, when you asked me about race and why I believe what I believe about race, I told you the original name for nation in Greek meant tribe, meant racial tribe, meant. So that's what tribe means.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's nice. Okay.
No, I mean I'm dead serious. Like I don't remember.
No comment.
No, I'll definitely have a comment, but I don't know what you're actually talking about.
Well, I mean, we can go back and watch Jay Rillo's stuff sometime and discuss it in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm generally all about the etymology of words.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if you might not have like me mixed up with Mayo.
No. It was you. It was you because it was about the Confederate. It was around the same time you asked me about the Confederacy or the Confederate battle flag, and
right, I remember that.
And tried to ask me about my political beliefs.
Yeah, and I didn't get very far on that before I had to jump off.
Well, I didn't tell you. I don't. We typically talk politics.
Well, I've got a fantastic memory. I was gonna say I've got a pretty fantastic memory, and I'm pretty confident that I've got you pegged. I mean, I don't want to say fascist because you guys like blow up every time you say it, but you definitely have said that you are a fascist.
I'm not mad.
Right.
Actually, no. I said something else, but I digress.
Well, yeah, you did. You basically said,
"Is that a bad thing?" You know, even if we were, is that a bad thing?
It is.
How
Why?
so?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know what your guys' understanding of fascism is, and its differences with communism.
If we're fascists, shouldn't we be able to dictate what fascism means?
Exactly.
Well, no, the word already has a meaning.
All right, the fascists don't get to dictate what the meaning of the word fascist is because you like etymology. You like etymology of words.
You can call yourself a fascist, but you are not the fascists.
But you no other fascists exist.
You can call yourself the Avengers, but you'll never be the Avengers. Like,
what I'm saying is the word already has a meaning. There are already groups ascribed to it, and what you're talking about is European fascism. And
but we're not European. Well, we're not
exactly.
European fascism.
Exactly. So what you're doing is you're actually ascribing a name to yourself, even though that's not who you actually are.
You ascribed a name to us.
Hey, we got to play. Define fascism.
Fascism. The name is Italian.
So. Well, my question would be then, if you're not actually okay, so if by definition you're not fascist, then do you just do that to garner attention? Like if that's what it is, and like let's just say that and be like, hey, it's a shock thing, and like now people are listening, and then you can talk. They call us
fascists, so we don't care for their obfuscations.
That's okay. So here's my question: are you for complete state-run economy?
No. We've answered this many times. No,
I haven't heard any of this. You got to remember, I haven't been on the NewFrontier.
Yeah, actually, he covered this on one of my streams that I did. We went in depth on this,
and I didn't get to see it. So I mean,
and honestly, neither were Mussolini or even Hitler, especially Hitler. The National Socialists were damn sure not for the complete privatization of the economy. Mussolini.
That's not what I said. I didn't say privatization. I said state-run, which means the nation runs it.
State-run. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So they were actually about that. Like everything.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. No.
Every business was working towards.
Every corporation was nationalized, and even then, not every corporation was national.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the only ones that weren't had to prove their benefit to the state.
Yeah. Why the fuck should you be able to be based? Why would you be able to be based in the United States and not benefit American citizens?
Exactly. Yeah.
If it only benefits you, you are an American citizen. So that's why.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
fucking sense.
Take your time.
No, you explain it better because that didn't make any goddamn sense.
That didn't
Okay.
make any sense, my friend.
I'll make it make sense for you. So I paint houses, right?
Okay.
So I own my own business painting houses. Done that for 26 years.
Congratulations.
The only people who benefit from that are me personally, financially, and my customers.
Okay, you're a private small business. You're not a corporation. What's that got to do with fascism?
There's nothing.
Because private small businesses also had to prove their worth to the state in order to work autonomously.
No,
they didn't. They were automatically deemed worthy because they provided a service to citizens.
Except for the ones that were Jewish.
Well, except for the ones that were proven to be subversive, not just Jews.
Proven to be subversive in this context.
In America, if you as a business owner were to fund ISIS, what would happen? What would happen to you?
I'd blow up like crazy, and then I'd be killed.
Yeah. Yeah. So
you'll blow up like crazy, all right. Yeah.
So let's say in that time, it was completely okay in society for the government to say, hey, there's a large percentage of these people, because it didn't just happen to the Jews. In America, it happened to the Japanese. Right?
Okay.
We conveniently forget that.
Yeah.
There's a large percent. Well, America in general does. Maybe this panel not, because we're too smart. But
right.
In the world back then, it was completely okay for a government to say, hey, a large percentage of these people, it may not even be the majority, are traitors. So let's do something about them to safeguard the interests of the nation. I'm not saying we do that. I'm not advocating for that. But I'm saying it's completely understandable if a third of a population demographic is supporting things that are anti your nation, anti your people, for you to go, maybe let me have a big think about this.
Yeah.
So this we did have a conversation about, because the problem is what you're saying is anti the nation. Because there's a difference between anti the nation and just not being completely for it. Those are two different things.
So if I'm directly funding
the enemy,
if I'm directly funding the enemy, right? If I'm writing subversive, because let's be honest, people talk about saying the Nazis burned books, but they damn sure won't tell you what the books were they burned.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the fucking homosexuals and trannies, they fucked up a few years ago, and they started telling people that, oh, the Nazis, they were burning tranny propaganda and homosexual propaganda. They set us back 60 decades. And
ouch. That doesn't help the argument at all.
When you sit here and you make this argument and you say, well, Nazis bad because my enemy and propaganda, you don't understand your enemy. 2, you're just following propaganda. And 3, which the argument you're having against me falls apart when you actually talk to someone who knows about it. Because if a third of a population is supporting subversive things to your society, directly supporting the enemies of your nation, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Let it happen? Let them destroy your nation? No, you fucking do something about it.
Exactly.
Okay, so the Jewish Germans,
the Japanese Americans.
Okay, well, we'll go back to Japanese Americans. There was no proof that any of them were actually subverting the American progress at all.
You mean the Japanese in Hawaii that were directly responsible for the internment? You mean the Japanese naturalized American citizens that when Pearl Harbor happened, there was 2 Japanese pilots that crash landed on a privately owned island with 18 people living on it, and the 5 nationalized Japanese citizens turned against the owners who were Native Hawaiians, killed 2 Native Hawaiians, and then tried to annex that part of the island in the name of the emperor?
Yeah, did we intern just them, or did we intern every Japanese American?
Well, like I told you at the beginning of this rant, when you have a fear of something and you have direct proof that these people are willing to do it, right? And you have an example of it, the nation tends to overact when you're having the biggest fucking war in human history.
Right, so it is an overact.
It's not an overact. No, it's not.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to the point where we had to pay them reparations.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, we did
honestly,
say oops and gave them money.
You can do the same thing about with slavery.
I don't think we overreacted either, man. You got
99% of them, and it's probably higher than just 99%, but 99% of them weren't involved in any of that.
Actually, a large percentage of them was proven to want to aid the emperor and aid as a fifth column.
They weren't involved in that. Yeah.
In history, see, we have bleeding heart liberals that'll say this nowadays, but what they won't do is they won't look back in history and see that both racial and ethnic kins, fifth columns, throughout history have led to the subversion and the destruction of nations during wartime.
Yeah.
Everything that our ancestors have done was for a fucking reason.
Yep.
Now we're wanting to, even the people who are supposed, this is why I don't want to work with people who say they're on my side. Just because we agree does not mean we're on the same side. If people will not see these facts and will demand that I throw this knowledge out the window, they're not on my side. I don't hate any mixed person or any black person or anything, right? If we have the same beliefs and your ass is on the same line as mine, we're allies. But if you're sitting here and telling me I have to throw a millennia of fucking ancestral knowledge, and I'm not even talking esoteric shit like genetic knowledge, I'm talking about fucking recorded history. Then you're not on my side. Like you're telling me to just disregard the fucking knowledge.
Well, no, and my thing is, I was going to tell you, I was like, you had good counterpoints. Like I'm not. I think this is a good back and forth, and you've added some context that honestly, like I didn't know about the Japanese part of that.
Well, see,
that what happened on the island.
People don't.
I honestly didn't. So I learned something today, and I'm like, oh, well, context to that, like, if you're like you said, you're fighting the biggest war in history, and you got like they're trying to annex part of the island. You're like, okay, we might need to make some drastic precautions, and we'll give you some money on the back end. Sorry, like
that happened. I think that went on for like 2 weeks, where they held the owners prisoner of the island.
Mm-hmm.
And they I think it finally ended when the owner was able to escape. They wound up killing the owner. I think it was the owner's wife. Like my facts aren't 100%, but this happened the way I'm describing it.
Yeah.
Right. And you can look it up for yourself. Hell, I'll look it up for you if you want.
We'll absolutely have to.
But
I don't. Well, my thought process on that is I'm like, okay, so I can get that piece of it. My deal is this. I was like, I'm not understanding why people call you fascist then. Like it's kind of like now I'm just really confused. I'm just like, do people just like throwing out buzzwords?
That's what it is. That's exactly because it shuts down the conversation. The moment you say, okay, that guy's he's a pedophile, you're not gonna have a conversation. If you say, oh, that guy's a communist, you're not gonna have it's a dirty word. It's the same shit.
Well, what's worse than a rapist, a pedophile, and a murder? A racist. Nazi.
Right, but I'm not the one that said that. You said that.
Okay.
No. I mean, said that you were.
That's why I asked the question. I said, so then what is wrong with fascism?
Wait, no. Mayo said we were fascist, and I embraced the term.
And you embraced it. So, I mean, that's like the same as you saying, okay, or are you embracing it to further the conversation, or is that because what you actually believe? Because I'm going to be honest with you. Like I said, hearing Andre speak, it sounded like he thinks the things I think because I am a traditional federalist.
No.
So
listen, okay, maybe, but
I'm not going to break.
I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. No.
Andre is mine.
If you know, listen. If you knew exactly, I'm not going to give any open, takes. I'm representing Frontier. I'm not going to sit here and say that openly because I'm showing my face.
We was king,
but yeah, like no, we don't. We probably would not.
We was king.
I don't think Andre really agrees with much of anybody.
We just whisper we was kings to Andre?
I'm getting the feeling that you don't agree with much of anybody, sir.
Well,
you have your own mindset.
Okay, so let me ask this then, because I believe personally in the least amount of quote unquote governmental control with the most amount of individual liberty. Are you anywhere near that, or are you on the opposite side?
Listen, I believe you need a strong state and you need a strong people. That's what I believe in. A strong state and a strong people. You cannot have one or the other. It does not work. You have a strong state and a weak people, that's tyranny.
If you have a strong state,
if you have a strong people in a weak state, then you have mob rule. You cannot have one over. You have to have a strong state, and that strong people go hand in hand and work within that framework. If you don't, you're going to feel what we have today. Right now, we have both a weak state and a weak people. We pretty much do. You have, strength when it comes to, corporate power, media, all these different institutions. They have power, they have control, but that's only when they want to. When they feel like they need to come out and they know they need to have some control, they'll do that. But your government has no control. Your politicians have no control. It's those who fund them. It's those who run them. It's those who back them. That's it. The people have no say in it. This illusion of freedom and choice, and I can go vote and I can pick you can't. I can go up to Capitol Hill and speak. No, you fucking don't. You don't. If you think that, fine, cool. You may have that at the local level. Cool. You can vote Sally Sue in. She's going to be the new secretary. Well, great. But when it comes to the presidency, when it comes to your senators, it's already decided at the level. I don't want to say
even locally, it's rigged, dude.
It's rigged. I'll give credit at the local level a little bit, but it's the entire thing.
It's corrupt. It's corrupt and authoritarian from top to bottom now at this point.
Well, I mean, my experience with that, like I realized that I had an ex-girlfriend who was a C-suite exec over at Koch brothers, and me, if you're gonna date white girls, you date trophy. I do Xbox ones. I want the best ones. So she was the first female that had worked her way up to C-suite for Koch brothers, and she started in the lobbying department. And she broke down to me how a bill is passed, and I was like, "So voting on anything is basically pointless." And she was like, "Almost," because when we vote bills in, like specifically at that company, they had a bill where they were putting out some sort of like dust that was going across the river and dusting a community, and the community was like, "Hey, you're sending your soot over onto our community, like we're breathing this stuff in, and like we can see it building up on vehicles and houses. Like we want you to stop." So they voted for them to stop. The bill passed, and then Koch brothers lobbyists grabbed the bill, took it into a back office, and rewrote it in such a way that they could keep shooting their dust over onto this community. But get this, no one else could do it.
Are you surprised?
That's how bills work as far as lobbying is concerned. Like they just rewrite it, so they're like, what can we do to continue doing what we're doing, but we'll just make it so that no one else can do this to you with us. And after I learned that, I was just like, so we're literally gonna have to burn this shit down.
That's where Andre comes in with the strong state and the strong people, because if you got a strong people, freedom will follow.
Right.
Pull up B-Rad's comment.
B-Rad's got a good question. He does.
Yeah. Which one? The one that where he said we was all pussies?
No, he said, when do you consider a certain people, or when do you consider a certain group of ancestors your people?
Where you come from, man? Go find where you come from.
All of your ancestors are your people.
Exactly.
Like, the fuck you mean?
Where do you come
from? Well, shit, then, Muslim guy, you're partially my people too, bro. I love you.
Yeah, I mean, Ray, you being mixed,
see, like I don't deny.
This is getting too homoerotic for me.
I don't deny genetics. I don't deny, but see, the thing is, I understand genetics. Right? Yeah, the average person and the average white nationalist especially doesn't.
Yeah. I understand genetics enough to know I don't understand genetics.
Well, see, the thing is, like the ancestral argument that I'm not saying B-Rad's trying to make, but white nationalists try to make, or any ethno-nationalist tries to make, it's a credence only because these races and even ethnicities under the races exist because of isolation and selective breeding and eugenics. Right? Wanting to preserve that is completely okay. But when you don't understand what that is, it leads to a bunch of stupidity.
It does, yeah.
Well, I mean, I my only argument on that is I was like, when you talk from that perspective, and if you run your genetics, then you go, okay, well, I'm this, and this, and you can see you're a hodgepodge. But like out of that hodgepodge, those people don't fuck with each other. So like if you're Irish, they're like, well, I'm Irish. I don't fuck with British people. I don't fuck with Scottish people. I don't fuck with Polish people.
That's because of history. That's not because of genetics or culture.
Yeah, right.
Like, the cultures.
Hold on. B-Rad says, I think you all missed my point. If we have multiple ethnicities, then how much percentage do we say this is my ancestors?
I can explain that.
He says, I'm a anti-color and ethnicity guy because I think it's stupid, in my opinion.
I think it's stupid, so I'm not for it.
Here's the thing, right? Every living fucking being is related. You are related to a banana. You're related to an orangutan.
I refuse to agree
I
with
identify
that.
as a tree.
I'm a banana tang.
No, every living thing on this planet.
I refuse to accept that I am related to a banana, sir. I'm not doing it.
Well, you share a shit ton of your fucking DNA with a banana.
I don't give a shit how much DNA I share with that motherfucker.
That's not a white people joke.
I refuse to accept that I am related to a banana or an apple or an orange or any of that shit. You can take that shit and shove it right up your
that's why
hole.
That's when I talk to people who go about who believe in aliens, who are like, humans are not really from this planet. Like, it's like, bro, we're related to the fucking vegetation that exists here. Like, we evolved and exist on this planet.
Exist either.
The simple fact is, getting to B-Rad's question, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you have isolated groups of humans, right? All humans stem from the same common ancestors, so people are going to be related, right? But via that isolation, right? You form a forget the exact sign, ethnosis or some shit, where you become distinct and you share certain similarities, and then your evolution branches off from the tree, right? It's literally fucking the same thing.
No. But what I'm saying is, when I talk on that, I'm really big into eugenics. I like those conversations.
Yeah, you need
100%.
If you don't have
eugenics,
eugenics,
is necessary.
If you don't have
eugenics is life.
But what I'm saying is, like, if you're going through the European nations, they can identify each other by looking at each other. We here in America have a dumbed down version of like what people are, in the sense that we create a whiteness and blackness. Like, you can look at somebody who is of a distinct people group, and those genetic phenotypes, like, they have distinctions. You don't go there and go white person,
I can do that in America. White people in America do that all the time.
Yeah.
The only difference is there's a bunch of propaganda. We people propaganda polluting the minds of people in America.
But when you go back there, because you can, under certain conditions, like, I can spot an Italian person, a Sicilian person. Like, I grew up around Italians and specifically Sicilians. I can identify them, right? Because they're proud of their culture. Like, they're like, oh yeah, whatever. But they're having the same conversation. They're like, I'm not white, I'm Sicilian, I'm proud of this heritage that I have.
Well, that comes from the European misunderstanding of race and ethnicity.
But the whole concept of whiteness, there was never a white landia. Like, there's no white landia.
Yeah, because in history, right? Especially in Europe, you had tribes who were isolated.
Right.
Who then conquered each other and fought each other because they were really close for space.
Right.
And they go, ooga booga, blonde girl, pretty, me want blonde girl, kind of like some people today. But anyway, they're like, ooga booga, me have.
Bro, you taking shots at me on my fucking show?
He sure is.
I actually didn't mean for you specifically. I mean,
I knew what you meant. I knew exactly what you
some
meant.
Jungle love here in a minute.
Said, no, dude, just follow up. Be a man about it. Just be like, if the shoe fits, motherfucker.
Well, if the shoe fits, for sure. But I mean,
I'm getting a shirt that says "Ooga Booga" specifically for your ass.
Well, no, I did mean it in general, but if the shoe fucking
no, I was messing with you.
But like, it was like blonde girl pretty or red haired girl pretty, me one. Yeah. Because even blonde hair, blue eyes, or red hair and green eyes, those were unique amongst even Europeans. Now they're widely spread because of tribal warfare and conflict, right? And you have you have this shit, and you have this genetic mixing as technology and access to easy travel happens, right? But unlike the modern era, it happened slowly and it happened through conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Right, very rarely through peace. So it was happening smaller and smaller, and you would still get that isolation and that continued evolution. The problem with modern day is, for one, you have the shadow of Hitler and all the propaganda against him and race. And in America, you have American. You also have compile that with American segregation, America's history with race, and you have people afraid to understand what they naturally know. Me, I can see ethnic if it's European because I don't know black phenotypes. Not my people. It's not my job to know.
Right.
And I can tell people what they are. Like I love that every white woman is a Cherokee princess. Like, no, you're not. You're fucking French.
That shit's hilarious, ain't it?
It's a Cherokee princess.
I've had white girls come to me crying because they took a 23andMe and like they were like, "Yeah, did you know I was French?" I could tell by your bone structure. High cheekbones comes from Germany and Alsace, France. There's a little bit in Ireland as well. Also in Scandinavia. Like I can tell what you are because I know, right? And a lot of people know. Like white people talk about it, black people talk about it, but they never talk about it around each other because we're different phenotypes. Those are something we don't have in common. And so there's no reason to really talk about it around each other.
That's fair. Well, I mean, now you got daywalkers like me that got all your strengths and none of your weaknesses on both sides.
Oh, that's not true. You can't receive bone marrow from either parent.
Well, I mean, I'm healthy enough that I don't fucking need it. What are you talking about?
The need for a bone marrow transplant can happen because of a bone break. It has nothing to do with your health.
That's fair.
Like you can like the thing is, man, like I ain't trying to shit on you. This is legitimately me talking to you. Like I'm not trying to shit on you. But there are legitimate health concerns for being mixed race.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
Medicine affects.
Have you ever met a healthy mutt? No, I haven't.
Yes, you're looking at the healthiest.
Okay, fine. No shot.
But you can be physically healthy.
Yeah. No shots.
No. What I'm saying is, I could. Well, I'm like a universal donor, so like I could give everybody everything. So if y'all need parts, holla at your boy.
That's also not true.
Hey, I got you.
What's your blood type?
I think I'm O negative. It's whatever the one that they always want because it goes into everybody. That's my mother's like that. And
that's O negative. Yeah. No. So you could donate organs, right, to anybody because you're O negative.
And blood.
But when it comes to bone marrow, you would need another mixed person of similar racial makeup. Right?
Okay.
So are you half white, half black?
Not 50-50. It's like 30. Like I think 32, and then all the rest of it's like.
Well, you would be fucked if you need bone marrow.
Well,
because it would have to be similar racial makeup, and the thing is like. Also, depending on your genetics, right? Medicine affects you differently.
100%. I don't take medicine at all. I also don't get sick. So.
Well, I don't do with that what you will. I don't typically.
Yeah, I was like, I've gotten sick once a year, and since COVID, since I got COVID, I've only gotten sick one other time.
Oh, I thought you had all my strengths. So I go many years without getting sick. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, Jesus. You know what? Listen, I don't get skin cancer. You leave me alone.
You can
take that melanin card and shove it where the sun.
You took shots, he's taking some back. See?
No.
Hey, look, all I'm saying is I can get stopped by the police and go home.
Bruh.
You ignorant for that.
That's wild. Okay.
He get 30 minutes. That's what he get. 30 minutes.
Damn. That's right. I get random. I get a stern talking to. Actually, you know what? I mean, every traffic stop I've ever been in, except for two. I've had every traffic stop I've ever been except for two. It's been a good experience.
I get treated like shit from cops. So I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. I'm rude.
Oh, that sucks, bro. You gotta see what you gotta do is you gotta stop ascribing to that poor white trash thing. That's why. Like, you just gotta let them know you're out of their pay grade.
No, that ain't what it is.
The only thing that'll make a cop.
Cops don't like when you make them do their job properly. That's the problem.
Cops also hate when you when they realize you make more than them.
True,
dude. I lead with that. I'm like, I don't know where you're trying to go with this, but like, you need to kill me, like, because if you let me live, I'm gonna get that bag. I'm gonna have your house. Also, with my background, I'm gonna find out where the fuck you live.
But do all your kids know who their daddy is?
Yeah. I don't have kids.
Are you my real daddy?
I'm the fucking prototype, bruh. Like you better watch yourself now.
I couldn't help myself.
I'm out here living my values, bro. I don't have a bunch of kids out here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Ray? And this is from what I get, because like I have like a couple mixed friends that I talk to, and especially about the race shit.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Thank you for letting me on.
Hey, Andre, dude, it was really good talking to you. I need to rap with you at some point, bro. I like where your head's at, bro. You have good conversation. All of you guys do. So I'm gonna have to come over there and kick it some more.
Yeah, I'm actually going to come over there here soon and hop up on one of you guys' panels, man. Because I actually enjoy the discussion myself too. You guys are all welcome over on the Snowman channel as well.
Yeah.
Hey, don't jump off yet. Muslim guy was just about to talk about you.
No. I'm still talking to Muslim guy. I was just saying.
I was talking to Andre.
How was he about to talk about me? Look at divide and conquer.
It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
No, he's talking about his mixed friends.
We bonded too much.
Andre's not mixed. Andre's 100% Afro-American.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
The bona fide, the real.
Oh my god!
You can tell how light his skin is.
He said he'd a bona fide Negro.
Of the screen. But anyway, I gotta head out. It's been
later, Andre. You have a good night, brother.
All right, you as well.
I'm
about ready to bounce out too, man. It's getting late.
Yeah,
okay, my other brother, Snowman, you can leave too. Me and Muslim guy and Casey will have a conversation then for a little bit.
Rad says, read my last comment. He said, my point right there, genetic mix in America. Why can't we just go by nationality? My grandma was white and French, but my family now just go by black, and they now
exist.
Have only African in them.
Because magic dirt doesn't exist, and I guarantee you that's not how your genetics line up. Unless you can prove it, please don't say that, because that's just functionally wrong.
What do you hold on, what do you mean? What part of it was functionally wrong?
Well, if his grandmother was French, that means he's at least 1/4 French.
Gotcha. Right? Okay. I got you. I see what you're saying.
So whatever, 100% African.
Gotcha. Okay.
And nationality means magic dirt, and magic dirt is not a thing.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, fellas. You guys continue on. It was been a great conversation.
Snowman, thank you so much.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
I just want to.
And all you guys, make sure you support this guy. Hit his Cash App. Hit Casey's Cash App. Support what he's doing. Support what all of us that have been working together are doing to try and actually bring the conversation together and actually move past some of these issues, man. So support your fellas.
All right, man. Be good.
Thank you.
Later.
So hold on. So back to your talk about the mixed friends, because I don't want you to lose that thought. I want to go ahead and.
Well, I've talked to a couple of my friends who were mixed, right? And typically, genetically speaking, most of my mixed friends are 50-50, right? So one thing that I have noticed is with mixed people when it comes to race, right? It's they don't really pick a side, right?
We don't have that privilege.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, and it causes a kind of an extra third conflict in America, right? And I kind of noticed it with Tim Pool, and I started talking to my friend about it. Whenever it comes to race, things that like inherently affect the nation, right, because of race, mixed people, no matter if they're like 50-50 or 10% this, 10% that, right? They're always like, it's not that they're on the fence; it's like it's an obfuscation. I was going to ask you, like, when it comes to things that are genuinely about race, do you care at all as a mixed person?
100%. I care every direction though. Like, I mean, so like my upbringing, like when I was in school, when my mom was serving on the police force, I didn't really have any black friends. Like it was the white people who took me in, and like, like we got down together, and that was what it was. And the black kids were viciously mean to me. Like, I mean, technically speaking, the way that I got down in high school, we basically functioned as a hate group, except for I was in charge. Because we was
hate group.
We was rolling. No, for real, because since the only thing that I got in trouble for when I was coming up, because this was before you could go to jail for getting into fights at school, was if I got suspended. Now, if I got suspended, that came with an ass beating at home.
Yeah.
But if I didn't, so I was like, once I figured out, like, hey, if I get into a fight here, then I'm getting suspended, and then I'm going to get beat up at home. And I want that. So what we did was we would roll, and like if anyone picked on me or any of the group that I was with, which was basically the poor trash white kids, I was like, I would stop the fights. And they were like, why aren't we doing? And I was like, dude, chill. We're walking home today. And we would just walk and we'd catch these motherfuckers at their house in front of their mom. And like we would work them like bad regularly. And like we would do it in front of their parents. And like their mom be at the door, like, stop hitting my baby. And we're like, bitch, you come out that door. You getting it too.
So
like,
you do this to the poor white trash kids, you said?
No, it was well, most of the people who fucked with us were like, so I went to a school that was like in a nice part of town, but it was the edge. So the school district encompassed a part of the hood. And so there was a bunch of kids who wanted to be little gangbangers, and like their older brothers were gangbangers and whatever. And so I just didn't get to hang out with any black people. For real. Like none of my peers, like they were just like, screw you, your mom's a cop, we don't like you. Like I had one black friend from middle school through the beginning of high school, basically. And the rest of the time, like we was boxing and we was beating up black people regularly.
you were part of a skinhead group. Just say that.
Basically, bro. Like it was a bunch of country boys and some white gangster dudes. Like
be like, you see this? It means not welcome.
But bro,
skinheads in Missouri are different than basically everywhere else, though.
But
the skinhead,
but like,
yeah, that's not.
Can I finish my statement, please?
Hell no.
So anyways, once I graduated from high school, like now my social group is like mostly black people. But my peer group for like as a business owner is mostly white people also. So like I've had to navigate both sides, but my mom told me straight up, like, I mean, the first white person I got into an actual fist fight with was this kid. He actually, if you look him up, he was like the best rollerblader in the United States for a long time. His name is Gromit. And he called me the N-word in front of my house and I beat his ass. Like, but I didn't grow up the way that most black people grew up. My family never spoke to me about racism ever. Like my grandmother actually experienced racism. We had a color line. Her and my grandfather never got to go to certain places that she took me after they'd separated. And she never told me any of that shit. I found out about it as an adult, but like my mom told me straight up, she was like, the only thing she said was like, you're going to get it from both sides. No one's going to like you. So you're just going to have to deal with it. That was the only conversation. And she was like, I wanted you to build your own opinions and experience the world for yourself, and then figure it out from there. And then we can tell you and have a conversation about race and not indoctrinate you in to racism as though you need to fear these people. I was like, I'm telling you, bro, like if they tried to Rashid Carter me, bro, there would be a lot of dead white people. I'm not going to say that I'm going to beat up three truckloads of white boys, but if I think my life is on the line, 2 of y'all's coming with me. Like,
that's a fair statement, because that's how
at minimum, but that's how I was raised. My mom was just like, you don't take shit from anybody. And like the issue that you have when you talk to most black people is it's a concept that I call like the older black people who actually experienced racism, which I'm not saying that they didn't, because they did. They experienced some like really fucked up shit. But the thing that you got to keep in mind when you're talking to them is they experienced something where they were 100% victimized and they never did anything about it. So like me, when people say stuff, I don't get upset about words, because every person who's called me the N-word within arm's reach has gotten that work. Never had a problem. I mean,
as it should be. Like man should sit there and take an insult, no matter what.
100%. But you have generations of people, and this is where the race issue that I think you're alluding to is actually an issue, is you have a bunch of people who are indoctrinated and they grew up in households where they were like, you don't talk back to them white people, they'll kill you. You don't talk back. Like I grew up in a household where my mom told me the one thing that we have as a principle in our house is anything that walks on 2 legs, you got a 50-50 shot. It's the shit that walks on 4 legs that you don't have a chance with. Bro, it's the truth.
It's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. You get in a fight 1-on-1, 50-50 odds.
100%. And she was like, the only thing that you don't have a chance with really is an animal, because an animal is going to do what it does regardless. Mm-hmm. But a human, she was like, humans pause. humans think about things. Humans do not function like animals when it comes to violence because we're not used to it.
Some of us do.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say some of
that's
us.
That's true.
I'm
as
a
a human, we are frail. I got a buddy who's still in jail right now because he no hit or quitted a dude that was talking shit to him. He hit his head on a curb and almost died. And like humans are easy to kill, bro. Like anything could happen. Anything could happen.
For that. That's stupid.
Well, he caught it. He caught that attempted murder charge, man. Like you can't be knocking people into the curb in New York, apparently. But
so
listen,
Muslim guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to say.
But what I'm saying is, when you're dealing with people who had to have those things happen to them, and they just had to suck it down, and they did not get to have the actual man function of going, "Hey, I don't like what you said. Matter of fact, I'm going to do something about it." Those people are navigating the rest of their lives with that whatever that thing is that you pick up when you're a coward. They got that.
I don't.
And they raise their
a lot
kids.
Of black people have that.
I do. I do. The older they are, yes, they do.
You know why I feel qualified to speak on this?
Why?
Because I was raised by black people. I was adopted by blacks and lived in the black community.
Oh,
I was told by my adopted grandmother that my adopted brother shouldn't date a white woman because race mixing is wrong. I was told by my bus driver because we were discussing segregation in school, and I grew up in the deep South. I'm from Georgia.
Georgia.
So, and I was talking to my bus driver. He goes, I love all y'all children, but I'm going to say this right here, right now. Y'all need to stop talking about segregation because you don't know what in the goddamn hell you're talking about. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And because I love talking to people, so I just asked him, what do you mean? And he explained it all of us. He told us segregation, the destruction of segregation, hurt black people more than anything. It took the fathers out of the homes. Black people owned their own businesses, had their own communities, and black home ownership was the highest it had ever been under segregation. Black businesses thrived, and what the last fucking point he said, it really sends it fucking home. It would be, my brain would go fucking retarded at this point.
While you're thinking about it, how old are you?
I'm in my 20s.
Okay.
Got his whole life ahead of him, bro. Stay off his neck, Jay.
You know what the thing is, and it's funny you say that because I feel like he and Andre felt like I was coming from an adversarial point of view, and I really wasn't. Like I really do want to know because
you talk like a condescending prick. I'm gonna pause for a second.
I know, but I'm really not. So, do you remember the Confederate flag conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wasn't being a dick. Like, I really do want to know because I don't know shit about being in the South. I live nowhere near the Mason-Dixon line. You know what I mean?
Well, you said you was from Missouri, and like I know a lot of people from, like, Missouri's considered part of the South.
Yeah, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Kansas City, Missouri, so like that's hence the name.
Any fucking Atlanta, Georgia is not technically part of the South culturally anymore.
Right.
No large city is part of any culture that is America because, like, it's so diverse, right? America was not really a melting pot. It's cities and ports that were melting pots.
Yeah.
And even then, they're not melting pots because the people self-segregated.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I mean, we still do that now.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and I don't know, man. So I was going to ask you a question though. So what is your? Have you ever done a 23andMe?
Oh, I have papers.
Okay,
I have papers from both sides of the family that say I'm German, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
just German though?
No, I'm not a German Jew.
No, that's not what I said.
There's gold embroidering and eagles on some of them, okay?
No, I figured that. But no, what I was saying is, like, is it only German, or do you have anything else in you?
Well, I mean, I'm human, ain't I?
Yeah, that's not what I mean, though. So, like, do you know how ridiculously rare that is?
Well, I mean, when you asking, are you asking percentages? Because even Uncle A's merry band of men understood percentages when it comes to ethnicity. Because even a German born in that time would not be 100% German. Because the reason I say I'm human is we share common ancestry. When you look at genetics, there's genetic markers for your ancestry.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, you said that you can like look at somebody and basically tell where they're from, right?
Are you asking me if I'm part Irish as well as German?
Sure, anything.
Well, you understand, based on the area that my family is from, it was literally northern France. Well, not northern France, but Alsace-Lorraine region, which is German and French, right?
Okay, well, see, I wouldn't know that because I didn't know that information until just now.
Well, the reason I'm specifically saying it about me, right, is the reason I even say it. I word it like that, right? Is you understand that each individual region of a nation is going to be different, and the genetics of that region are going to be slightly altered, right? So
For sure.
I would have more mixture of Irish or Celtic in me as well as Germanic, because I'm closer to Gallic or Celtic lands. But that doesn't mean that I'm not German, right? Because genetics work through a continuous progression. Once you add something, you never actually, quote unquote, purify it or get rid of it. Evolution takes its course and the dominant traits take over.
Right.
So if you're asking me, am I only German? Because even Nazis, what you gonna say? Even Nazis didn't go by that. They went by dominant genetic traits.
Right. So you're more than 50% German, is what you're saying.
I am 90% German.
90. Yeah,
I love it.
Even that.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
He's saying
incredibly
that's rare. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In the United States.
Well, no, it's not as rare. It's not as rare as you think in the U.S. Actually, a lot of people, unless you're near a city, a lot of people don't race mix, and if they did, it happened within the last 2 generations.
See, you say that, but I'll bet you Andre's parents and grandparents are all black, but there's definitely white people in his genetics.
Well, that goes.
I can tell that by looking at him.
That's an outlying situation.
But it's not really. That's what I was going to ask, though. So, like, looking at my picture, you said you can tell people's basic background.
I haven't seen your picture.
It's up right there.
I would have to where.
Re-add the picture. It's a blank. It's blank right now.
It's blank. It's not blank on my end. Hold on.
Oh, it's not blank if I pull your thing up. I don't know. StreamYard's been weird. It does this on everybody's StreamYard panels.
It's just showing you're a white stick figure.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on.
You're from Sticklandia.
Stick figure-landia. Bro, quit stealing my shit, Muslim.
Here, how about
we're not friends yet. You got to earn that.
How about that? Can you see my face?
That's not a good enough picture. I'd have to see you in real life. I'd have
just
to
switch it back. Switch it back to the other one now, because like when you switched it, it brought it back up.
Well, here's the thing. Like you can't really do this via like pictures. You have to be able to interact with the person.
Georgia Swan just said there. That's a good one. Georgia Swan just said in the Boston area, a lot of people are all Italian or all Irish. I can co-sign that one. There's a lot of very high percentage Italian or high percentage Irish up there.
Yeah, B-Rad. I do think that my adopted black grandmother was correct. I do think she was, because it causes a lot of problems culturally and genetically.
Well, the issue is, and I don't. I mean,
but I don't hate anybody who does it or anybody who is.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, like I said, like I was like, I think you can, as long as you're not forcing other people to do that. Like, I don't think there's an issue with you saying, "Oh, well, this is how I feel." I can just be like, "Well, Daywalker syndrome here. I heal fast and don't break bones." Like I've literally never broken I broke my thumb one time. And
genetically speaking, pure breeds heal a lot faster. Well, depending on where they're from. If they're Danes or Scandinavians, they have a high healing factor. So do Germanics. Anglos and Celtics, a little bit higher than average, but not as high.
It's the quick blood clotting because y'all was shooting each other with arrows and shit.
We going ooga booga, give me that.
Looking like porcupines after the fight was over.
One thing I never understood, right, even when I was a white nationalist, right, was the sheer hatred of other races.
Well,
I never
that's
understood.
It's like when you say it from a cultural standpoint, where it's like I do find it interesting that there's other cultures and like there's other phenotypes. Like I like to look at people and be like, oh, like you're fucking different. Like tell me about yourself. Like I don't necessarily know that I want everybody to be. Remember the South Park where everybody was just beige and they all just like talked in cliques, and all they did was. When they came back and took everybody's jobs.
Yeah, well, if God wanted us to be all the same, He would have made us all the same. Evolution would have made us all the same.
My deal is I think we're still living through evolution.
Well,
so evolution doesn't exactly. So it doesn't stop. But like the deal is, people are getting like, I don't understand why there's a hatred, because like no matter how much out group mixing there is, it's like barely above 15% ever. Which means most of the people are still making the same people. So I'm like, I don't understand why you would be mad or have vitriol unless it's a chick that you couldn't get.
Like that's usually a misnomer argument, but I could see why you would think that. The thing about it is, I understand the anger and the animosity towards other races. What I don't understand is the blind hatred for someone like. Right, if I were to go, hey, this is my friend Andre in a white nationalist group, they'd be like, I kill. And it's like, bro, do y'all have any fucking chill? All right, calm down, feds. And they would get mad and they would want to target me. Oh, you N-word lives. Like, I've never been with a black chick. I will never be with a black chick. So why are you calling me an N-lover? Because I have someone who I agree with and I enjoy talking to. I've never understood that. Now, being mad about a racial injustice, like when you share a news headline on Telegram, I could understand that.
Yeah,
but I never understood the blatant hatred. I don't want to say ignorance, because that's a tired. Well,
I think your perspective on that, which is weird, because you're like the worst white nationalist ever, in my opinion. But
I think I'm the best. I think
you're the worst as far as what they want to consider it, is because people are isolated. And like one of the stories that I've shared on here before was the area that I grew up in when I first started working. Like I worked at this restaurant it was a family owned restaurant owned by Sicilians. Like my current business partner now is Sicilian. I fuck with Sicilians heavy. I like them. But when I worked there, I started there at 15. And at 15, I started, and there was, they had their regulars. They had this little bar downstairs, and the upstairs was like a big bar and a club. And then the rest of the downstairs was a restaurant. But they had these regulars that came in that had just been around, lived in the area for forever. And this is on the edge of this, like this is leaving the city into what used to be like a very rural area.
RCs.
And so, you know what I'm talking about. So, I was like, damn, dude, just completely doxed my life. You want to give my address out too?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. You know I'm built for it. but no. So I started working there, and there was this dude, Bobby, who worked there, that looking back, I'm like 80% sure this dude was in the Klan. Because like when I started, he dialed in on the fact that like he did not like me because of my skin tone. And he used to fuck with me all the time for about 2.5 years. And then it kind of became like he just accepted it because I was like, I'm not quitting. Like, thanks. And all the rest of the regulars liked me. So he was kind of like the last one to come around. And, you know, I'm bussing tables. So I'm just like, why are you taking the time out of your day to be extra mean to a bus kid? Like, I don't do anything that affects you. You just have to look at me. Like, but he did not like it. Well, but no, so check this out. And it's going to get to the answer. I'm sorry it's long-winded, but I feel like the story for context will kind of make the answer a little bit more understandable. Actually, you're smart. You're probably going to get it, but I like the story. So anyways, fast forward, like I've worked there. I'm working my way up, and like I'm bartending in there. And so like when I bartend, he threw like a big fit because he was like, he doesn't have tits. and
to
so
be
like
fair, I do like a fat pair of titties to make my drink.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. But it was good though, because we had good conversation. I was entertaining, and I made sure to bring like all the bus girls and waitresses in. So like he got to see some tits. Like I was like, cool, Bobby, I got you. Like I'll get some girls in here. Like just chill. We became friends, right? And so one day, one of his other friends came in who did not know me. That was also a regular, but he's an infrequent regular, but he knew Bobby. And so like I think like he was also very racist, and he called me the N-word. And before I could get around the bar to address this man, Bobby was actively choking the life out of this guy that he knew, telling him not to say that to me. He was like, you don't fucking talk to him like that. Like, and was like, it wasn't like he was like, hey, he like ripped him out of the chair. He's on the ground and on top of him, choking him to death.
Because it's a respect issue.
No, it's because where they're from, they didn't have to interact with any black people. The only black people they saw was when they came into town, which we were on the edge of town. This restaurant was at the time. Like, there's development out there now, but at the time, that was the edge of town. So that was coming into town for them. He didn't have to deal with black people. And then one became human to him.
Well, that's
now,
what I'm
he
saying.
Would still
you
say fucked up shit about, right. That he would still say fucked up shit about other black people, but he wouldn't say shit about me. And if you said something to me that was racist, he would literally kill you. If nobody pulls him off of you, he would kill you for that, because that's how his nature was.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's
but it's because the reason they have that hatred is because if you're not exposed to something, it's not real to you. And I've experienced this from police officers. I've experienced this from all sorts of people. When you're just looking at it as an inanimate object, and this is an NPC, and I can't put like a face or an emotion or the fact that like, hey, we got the same value set. Like, we can get along, we can talk. We just don't agree on this, this, and this. And I'm navigating in my house this way. I don't care what you do, but this is what I'm doing over here. And we can keep it pushing.
I have to disagree with that.
What do you mean?
Because my anger and hatred for a while, right?
Yeah.
I said irrational hatred. I get what you're talking about. People that's never met black people, which I think in this day and age, at least my generation, is gone, right?
Yeah.
My anger came from proximity, because while my adopted family treated me fairly and kindly, I was not treated fairly and kindly by me. And my brothers would fight every day. Not fight each other, but fight other people.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
if you said something about my birth mom or my adopted mom, I'm gonna fuck your face in.
Yeah.
And my brother was like, if you fuck with my brother, I'm gonna fuck your face in. And so my anger came from realizing, like, I realized not all black people, right? But there was a lot of motherfuckers that was fucking with me, and a lot of motherfuckers do fucked up shit.
Yep. I understand.
And it's like, well, fuck them all, because the only people that had my back was my family. Everybody else would say, why do you like that white boy? Why do you care about that white boy? Why do you bring him in the community? Why is he here? Why do you put him above us? And they would be like, because he's my fucking son. He's my adopted child.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't understand it, or they didn't care.
No. And that's I was about to say, Jeremy's experience when he grew up, because he lived in the hood of where we're from. And his experience, when he recites his experience to me, it was the exact same thing. And my experience was literally the exact same thing, because I was still considered an other within the group. And like, even the girls that all the dudes was trying to fuck on that were mixed, they still were mean to him. They were just like they gave him shitty nicknames like Yellow Girl, and like would constantly blast him about being light skinned while still wanting to fuck him. Like, so I 100%.
I'm a proponent of my dick white nationalism. I'm the great white shark. I eat what I want to. You gonna stop me?
Facts.
I literally had to tell that to a white nationalist I know in real life. I was hitting on this fucking Asian girl. He's like, bro, you shouldn't be doing that. You're a hypocrite. Like, you gonna fucking stop me?
Bro, for real though. But like, I totally understand the experience of people who are not perceived or included in the black group is not good within said group, because you are the only white person they could fuck with, even though you're right there with them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, my thing is, like, I feel like proximity to diversity causes conflict, but I also understand what you're saying about pure ignorance. And I feel like the irrational hatred in white nationalism, I feel like it's a culmination of just people in America, people wanting to unleash on something, because for my generation, and I would say my parents' generation, right? Not being around black people, not associating with black people is exceedingly rare. At least where we're from, or the deep south. So, I mean, but that's where I catch a lot of the hatred from it. It's like, I understand it if you live next to people or you're around them. What I don't understand is when you're on the internet and you're talking to people and you have to. Most of the white nationals I know, at least me especially, most of them say the same fucking shit in public that we say online. So that's why I get like annoyed when people go, "Oh, you wouldn't say that in real." Like my little brother was dumbfounded because I'm sitting here like just talking nonchalantly, throwing the N-word around. The only reason I'm saying it on your stream is I don't want your stream to get taken down. I have no fear of saying that.
No,
I have no fear of saying the word, and I respect everybody. If I call somebody that, they deserve to be called it. And I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to talk to people about it. My brother's dumbfounded. I was like, how the hell is he not getting his ass beat? He's like, for one, it'd be a really bad mistake. Because if I can't beat your ass, I'm going to deal with you in another way. Come at me. And that's just a simple fact. And I don't care. Hate crime charges be damned. Do what I want. I'm going to be free. I'm going to be a man. And my brother's like dumbfounded because he's like, the more I talk to black people, it's like, oh, wow, you're able to talk to these people and believe like this, and they're not mad at you. Yeah, liberal white women hate me for it more than anybody else.
Well, I mean, the only reason that somebody would really not be able to have the conversation with you is if they were completely emotional and then shut down at the white nationalist part of the sentence, because like nothing you said has been like, and I'm gonna do this, because like the issue is when I think that it's like these dudes who got to take 3 trucks of white dudes to go kill one black guy. And I'm like, okay, so like you need 3 trucks to deal with one of us. Like that's not a good sign, but whatever. But,
that's a propaganda depiction too, by the way.
Right, we're conditioned to feel that way.
Right. But you're not going, oh well, I think this, and
if I do it, it's gonna be 4. God damn it, I believe in strength in numbers.
Right.
Hold on.
Well,
so I got a question.
It's that concept. 1 second. It's that concept of you're gonna impose, like we're gonna come force this. We're gonna come take our white girl back, and I'm like, please do. Like I got. Please try.
Well,
like,
we don't really want her back.
Right.
If you're gonna betray the tribe, like if I have 2 bullets and an enemy and a traitor, right? Who do I dispatch? Who do I shoot? I shoot the traitor twice. Because, like, that's why I don't understand. Like, I was talking to black guys about, look, we only want to do it to piss off the white man. 90% of the time, you're only going to get the scraps. 10% of the time, 10% of the time that you get the good, decent white girls, it's an outlier. You're an outlier.
Well, I mean, I am an outlier. That's fair. Because I only get the trophy ones. That.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's fine. Well, I mean, there's a stigma for the dude that's bummy, that's dating the beluga whale, and I've seen it happen multiple times.
Well, it's the majority. It's the majority, and even if it's not the black guy with the big fat chick, it's the black guy with the meth headed girl or the crazy bitch.
True.
Like even if she is pretty.
Right. So I'm not digressing there. It's just I don't see that.
Well, you even see this with Asians, right? The most Asian chicks that sleep with white guys are crazy scumbags, poor, crazy. If you're a rich, let me put it this way: if you're a rich fucking man, you're decent looking, you're wealthy, you're a real fucking man. Yeah, you can get what the fuck you want, because women. Especially women, they date up.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like, you can date up racially, you can date up financially or resource based. It doesn't matter. A woman is going to choose what is best for her situation.
Facts. You're not wrong.
And that's the thing. Like, so a wealthy man of any race, any nationality, decently healthy, decently looking, will be able to pick and choose what he wants.
Yeah. That's fair. So you're correct. Those all would be outlier situations.
Yeah.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Some of it's fair. But did you say date up racially?
Yes, there is a natural racial hierarchy at play in America.
Tell me what it is.
And the world. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you expect me to say white people are on top, but it's Asians.
I respect that answer so much. He knows. I like it. You're dialed in. I get it. Okay.
It goes black mostly, Hispanic, white, Asian. Native Americans are too small to actually occupy any racial spot. They just do their own shit for the most part.
Yeah.
And black chicks, they will typically date Hispanic, white, or Asian to date up racially. Hispanics typically date white or Asians. Whites will either date Asians. Asians are the ones who are dating down, typically.
Mm.
And that's a fact.
So your hierarchy is socioeconomic.
Bro, hold on. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, Muslim guy. You want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm.
I had a Vietnamese family that was a maid Vietnamese family.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get me to marry one of the daughters. That's how much of an outlier I am. They wanted these genes in that pool.
I don't know if it was the genes. I think it may have been that money.
No, I was broke then. That was when I was broke. I've always carried myself well, though. I've always carried myself well.
They probably thought you were wealthy because you carried yourself.
No, they knew I wasn't. John knew, like her brother, and so like this was the thing, because like my buddy who's white married into that family, and they didn't like him. Everyone loved me. They were like. So, like, I got to go to another wedding from his wedding because he had a traditional Vietnamese wedding, which is awesome. If you ever get a chance to go, recommend doing it. Great culture. Fun weddings.
That's probably why they didn't like him, though.
Why?
If he's a white guy and he cucked to them,
no, he did both. He did one for her family. But the issue is, like, the traditional Vietnamese wedding is actually kind of important because it's like your way of being introduced to the family. And so like they have a higher, like it was in my 20s and when I really learned about how hierarchies actually work.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like that type of wedding, it was interesting because like they have their tables and it's set up hierarchically. Like there's a table where all the important people in the family sit, and like you don't get to go sit there. You don't get to go over to that table to talk to them unless you're invited. Even though it's not any of their weddings, they're just like, yeah, the groom can't come sit over here. And so I got invited to that. And then like I went to another wedding that was one of the maid men in that family. And his mom, who didn't speak any English, just kept asking me to marry his sister. And I thought she was joking.
Well, a lot of people, a lot of traditional societies respect charisma and the way you carry yourself.
Yeah.
Because if they see you carrying yourself well, they see you having a future, and you will be a wealthy person, or you will do something good.
Yeah, I have not disappointed them.
No, I mean, like there are outliers and everything, and the outliers.
Well, I mean, I think there would be less outliers if men specifically carried themselves with some sort of pride. And like, I respect the pride that you have in your heritage, and this is the reason why, because I am a firm believer that I have a genetic debt that is owed to my genetic line. Now, me personally, when I did my 23andMe, I also did my ancestry, but I'm a genetic descendant of Ramses III. That's a lot of weight. Like I actually have somebody who is actually important to this planet in my bloodline that I'm a descendant of. Like it's not like conjecture. I'm like, this motherfucker, this genetic material is only passed from father to son. So even though my biological dad is a coward, he did make me. So
no, like, I firmly believe in genetic debt to your ancestors. Like
and so
they spawned from. This is a fucking continuous line since the beginning of time that has led to you. And the fact that you just make the choice to not have kids is fucking pathetic. Male or female.
Well, I mean, I think it's that you so your ancestor was anti-Semitic. He's not the one that kicked the Jews out. It was after him. Thank you very much.
Well, no.
Actually, specifically, Ramses III was specifically, it's quoted when I looked him up, he was the last great ruler of Egypt. He was like, the shit went downhill after him. So I don't know what the rest of them dudes was doing, but like, I ain't claiming those ancestors. My genetic material goes back to a specific one, and that's the one that I'm claiming. But no, I think it's important. I think it's important to carry yourself like that. I think it's important to be prideful in where you came from. I think it's important. I mean, even if you look, even if we just had the slavery talk, like people was doing free labor and getting beat and then still decided to procreate for me to be here. How am I going to sit here with Cheeto dust in my fucking belly talking about what I'm not going to do?
Yeah. Well, like, the simple fact that people are like, well, people like the fact that it's propagandized to you, that people are telling you they don't want you to breed. And you're like, okay, well, you gave me good reasons why I shouldn't breed. So I won't. It's like, these people are literally telling you they want you and your descendants dead.
Yep.
You and your ancestors dead.
They'll be like, "Oh, sorry, you beat scurvy and reproduced while working in a peasant field in Europe, trying to figure out irrigation." Yeah, sorry that I made your decision to continue struggling through that and reproducing to get to me. I'm done. Like, I'm tapping out.
Yeah, well, and honestly, as much as it pains me to say, I'm glad those people do it because that's a form of eugenics.
Yeah,
to be honest, I'm gonna be real with you. Like this is what gets me hate in like white national circles because it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to save these people. I've tried. No. You can't save these motherfuckers. They don't want to be saved.
Well, when the original thing that I was gonna say, because be brave and think that idiot. When I was talking to him, he was talking about how everything's great, and I'm like, so you're poor, you live in a trailer. I am not poor. I pay more in taxes than you do. I'm in a different tax bracket than you are. I don't live in a trailer. I'm contributing to society, and you're telling me that everyone who looks like me is a criminal, and I'm not a criminal. I'm more concerned about you because you would want to take my stuff. But then I doubled back on him because he was just like, oh, well, okay, like maybe there's some, I don't know. Jeremy does the impression best, but he backtracked a little bit, but I was like, my thing is this, and this is the deal. And this is what I'm experiencing because of the circles that I run in. Like I actually spend my time around people with actual money. Like Jeremy down there, he making actual money too. I'm the broke person in my group. Jeremy makes way more money than I do. But but the thing that I was going to say was, it's a question that I posed to him. I was like, if this is a race deal, then why are all these white millionaires pouring into me specifically when they live in an area around a bunch of broke motherfuckers just like Be Brave?
To maintain power.
Over the broke people that are like literally around them, or is it because I work hard, I carry myself well, and I'm able to?
It's to maintain power and demoralize them. If you don't have a specialized skill, and it's purely because you're brown, not trying to be a dick, it's to demoralize and destroy those around.
So you're telling me that millionaires, literal millionaires, and a billionaire,
what is your skill?
Home automation.
Well, then you have a skill. Right? Do they specifically choose you over a equally?
So the network that I have, these are people who were clients of mine, who are clients of the company that I'm now a partner in. I've worked at this place for 10 years. I just became a partner in the company probably 2 years ago now.
Is there an equally qualified white candidate to do the job?
It was a white-owned company until 100. It's predominantly a white-owned company. They're just doing business with another white dude.
That doesn't matter. I'm asking you: was there a white candidate that was chosen over you, or that you were chosen over?
Well, they're not choosing me specifically. They're choosing the company. I'm not the only person that works there. We got employees and shit.
Okay, well then the race thing doesn't matter because as far as they
but this is the thing. You're talking about it as though they're choosing me to work for them. I'm talking about these people are putting me in rooms with politicians. These people are pouring into me. They're helping me navigate with my real estate and stuff.
Meritocratically speaking, you're good at your job and you've earned that position.
Okay. But that's the extra stuff beyond the job is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if somebody wanted to put you on game, like I got a guy who's a multimillionaire, and like I can't reference the streams, but there was like one day where I was answering questions live, and I'm in his garage with his Porsches and his 2 Lamborghinis and his Ferrari. Like, this dude has a lot of money. He lives in an area where right down the street we do my business does clothing drives and coat drives for the school down there, because when they asked me, they were like, do you want to do something for the inner city's kids? I'm like, no, I want to help these kids that are around the corner that need help, that are right here. Like, I want to go help these white kids, like, I because they're around the corner from where we are. Like, this is where we're located.
Can I say something about people like Be Brave?
Yeah.
In white nationalism, the reason that I left white nationalism, right, is because
so you're just saying this to get me riled up, bro.
No, politically speaking, I am a white nationalist. I still hold the belief,
bro. Will you guys please stop doing the shock value shit?
Well, no, it's not shock value. I do hold white nationalist belief.
Why can't you? Okay, so my question is this: if you expounded what you believe without saying that, do you think that you would be able to have more fruitful conversations with some people that might shut down after the white nationalist part?
No, because I'd be lying to them, and I'm not going to lie to them.
What? That's like, bro, you sound just like every gay person I've ever met. You sound like gay people and vegans. Okay. And CrossFit bros.
Well, I'm not
like, you have to tell me, like, that's the beginning of the sentence. Like, you can't tell me what you think. You have to be like, by the way, as a white nationalist, let me tell you what I think. Like, you can't just tell me what you think.
I didn't tell you what I thought. I didn't start the conversation was started weeks ago, and I didn't tell you as a white nationalist until recently. When it
That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that.
So I left white nationalism as an organization because of the exact problem you're talking about with Be Brave. I noticed fucking morbidly obese fucking whales. Like, I'm better than I'm better than this buff, strong black guy because I'm white. No?
Did they at least say that we were beautiful?
No.
Be Brave does.
Be Brave does. Like, Be Brave got some like latent Oedipus weirdness going on with black folks.
It annoys me because it's like, yeah, your genes may be great, they may be superior, whatever the fuck you want to believe, right? But if you don't fucking use those genes to the fullest extent, it doesn't fucking matter. You're a dysgenic piece of shit. And they would get mad and they want to argue, and it's like, no, shut up, you're fat. Doesn't matter.
The most complicated joke there is.
What the fuck? Sorry.
Hey, Bumpkin.
What's up, Bumpkin?
Are you young also?
Yeah, I'm 23 years old.
Okay.
Dude, that's what I was saying. I was like, you got to give them some grace. They got a whole life ahead of them, bro. So much experience.
I got you. And I actually am trying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not coming at you guys adversarially. It might seem that way, but I do apologize because I know that I can come off like I'm being an ass, and I don't mean to be. I really do want to know what you guys think because I honestly still don't actually know what you think.
Yeah, I'm a right-wing authoritarian that was a dictatorship. No.
See, I say that shit. You laugh, but then that's what I mean. Come on now.
I started Googling shit. He threw out so many buzzwords. Just
I know exactly what he was saying.
So, did you see Mayo Monkey's comment? He said, "Be brave wants black dick."
I don't even want to touch. I wouldn't touch that conversation with a 10-foot pole, man.
Oh my goodness.
No, what I believe is I am so separate from Nick Fuentes and the new America First policies, right? Mm-hmm. Are you guys familiar historically with the old America First? Like the original, like 1960s America First with like Charles Lindbergh and stuff like that. They were, you are Casey Mo, right? So I'm a isolationist, like an isolationist, socially conservative,
with you,
sort of quasi controlled economy. That's sort of where I dwell from. Well, see, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem, and this is where we're always going to fundamentally agree with a lot of libertarian types. Is, I say I'm socially conservative, right? I believe in socially conservative values. And as soon as I get to the economy part where I'm saying, we need to stop international capitalism and all of that from corroding the actual greater society and corroding it socially, you say, no, that's bad. Now here's the thing. If you do not put certain stop breaks into action for them, they will corrode your society, because them being a separate entity makes it so they can jump ship because they only care about the profit, right? When profit is the only goal, they will jump ship. They will corrode your society down into the last pebbles, and then they will jump ship when shit hits the fan, and they'll do it to the next country.
Now, if you're talking about NAFTA and GATT, like
I'm talking about international
like
companies, period. I'm talking about, and now listen, and I know Casey Mo, like I am a small business capitalist. I love like the thought process of owning your own,
Mayo.
Of owning your own business, all of that. I love the idea of that.
Can I interject something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
This is why my philosophy towards debating exists, right? People like Mayo, I don't debate, I speak. Whether you listen, that's your choice. Like that, and that's why I'm abrasive. That's why I talk over people, and I don't mean to be that way, but it's because of people like Mayo.
Listen, someone like Mayo will never hear our points out because someone like Mayo has no idea what even the history behind that word actually means. He has no idea about the policies they actually implemented or anything. The only thing he knows is my government program that won that war tells me that they were bad, so therefore I'm not going to do any greater research on that.
Most government programs are fascist in implementation.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily what he believes. But what I will say is that the leader that we had during that time was pretty fascistic in his views.
Who, FDR?
America has been America and the West have been functioning fascist since the Age of Revolution. When most
here we
European
go.
nations
We're
overthrew
going
monarchy.
romper room for the end of this. Mayo, welcome to the panel. Oh, Mayo's. Oh, there he goes. He's back. Stop pushing buttons. Jesus.
Is he trying to talk? Because I can't.
Oh,
hear.
just
There
listening to the new Reich.
Oh, Lord.
You're goddamn right.
Mayo.
It's beautiful.
Mayo. You cannot be on these young men's necks like this. They're trying.
Oh, so they're on their own.
Trying.
They're on their
Our
own.
time is now, old man.
Okay.
Settle.
That's so this is the thing.
Have
Mayo,
fun with
and
that.
this is what I've said the whole time. So they're
will
wanting,
never remember you.
Bruh. Guys, hold on a second. So Mayo, this is my deal in defense of the youth. Okay.
Okay.
I understand
ignorance.
Your angle. But what I'm going to tell you is this: these are young men that are trying to do something. They don't have political power. They're not trying to take over anything. They're going to set up food banks. They're going to feed homeless people. They're going to help people that are American citizens. No one else is doing this. So if you don't implicitly agree with them, who's doing it? We're literally funding immigrants right now and giving them fucking houses and shit, dude.
So no one's funding food banks? There's no food banks in your city, Ray.
They can't set up their own. Why can't they add more? Are we saying that there's not there's enough food banks?
I'm just asking you, are there food banks now?
Yes.
Are there not ever increasing homeless and needy?
Thank you. Are we not until if our government's not going to do what they need to do right by the citizens of this country, then I'm totally fine with somebody that I don't implicitly agree with stepping in and starting to do something as they develop and watching them as they develop before I try to cut the feet out from underneath them when they're starting to walk.
Was Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1934.
Well, see, Ray. See,
am I wrong?
Mayo is exposing himself as the true fascist because he doesn't want to hear new ideas or talk to new people
they're
about
not
new
new.
things.
Your ideas are not new.
You haven't let them do anything yet.
You haven't described a policy. Describe to me a policy that you'd use to fix the country.
Go ahead. Go off, King. I want to hear it, man.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Black
I don't
Box
want
is
to
in
do
the
this
building
tonight.
too.
I don't want to fucking do this tonight, bro. All right, listen.
Oh, because you already said on previous broadcasts that you're closest to a fascist.
I didn't say I'm closest. I say, should I go mask off, Muslim guy? Should I? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I am a fascist. Okay, in every single breath and every single thing I say. I've never not admitted that.
We've never not admitted it. We've danced around it because of people like you.
Because of people like you. Because
Why?
as soon as you hear that word,
Why
because
do
as
you
soon as you
cancel
hear that
out
word, because as soon as you hear that fucking word, because as soon as you hear that fucking word, Mayo, your brain, your fucking lizard brain shuts down, and you go into your decrepit fucking cave like a fucking troglodyte.
Fascism is like socialism, so you're saying
Fascism
that it
is
just
like
hasn't been done right
socialism.
yet.
Fascism
So it just
is
hasn't
like
been done right
socialism.
yet, like communism and
when
socialism.
people say capitalism is broken, but it's the best system we have, isn't that the same as saying that it's not been done right yet?
So true. Hey, I have a question.
Silence. Oh,
okay. Have I said that, sir?
Mayo, I have a question.
I don't think so.
You've said that to me on the very first fucking stream I talked to you on.
Bullshit.
Mayo, I have a really specific question for you, okay? A very, and I'm gonna turn my mic a little bit here because I'm not gonna be overtalked. I have a very, very specific question for you. Did fascism internally collapse, or did it take the entire world to attempt to kill it? Like communism internally collapsed, right? That failed on a systematic level. Okay. Did fascism fail on a systematic level, or did it take capitalists and communists?
Fascism had to join Nazism to survive.
They're the same thing.
Oh my god!
No, they're not, sir.
So fucking ignorant. How can you be so fucking ignorant? That's the same tree of the same branch. Okay. All right, fascism.
They are not the same, sir.
The fascist
National
ideology.
Socialism and fascism, they're not exactly the same because they're implemented for different nations. Well, they're
like I said,
dude, communism changes depending on what fucking country you're in. Are you that fucking Are you stupid or are you playing stupid?
He has to be playing stupid.
No.
Are you obfuscating? Are you obfuscating to be like? Is this a debate tactic to piss people off and make them misspeak? Because
no, sir, I'm trying to get you to say what you are plainly.
I just did though.
Because you dance around it all the time.
Because of idiots like you.
Because of history.
You want to know
the
why?
The history of the movement you believe in.
Yes. Okay. Let's go into that. If you really want to have this historical debate, because listen, I've been trying to move past this historical debate on who I would have supported in the past. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because our country
Hitler,
is dying.
Mussolini, don't fucking even the
it
dude
doesn't
who started
matter
the silver
because
shirts
that was 80 fucking years ago. But no, yes, Mayo. Let's go into the history of it while our country dies, while there's trannies grooming our children to be gay.
I just want to know what he's gonna do.
The history of it, Mayo. Let's have this fucking conversation for the 1,000th time. Let's go into it, Mayo, because I love having this conversation with brain dead fucking idiots. Let's do it.
Conservatives can't even conserve their own fucking marriages.
Yes, fucking.
So tell me, please, Mayo, please inform me how you're going to beat the communists.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
And then there was silence.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Oh,
like it's annoying as fuck. Say what you are. Nobody is afraid.
Oh wait. Hold on.
Bullshit. Nobody is afraid. Nobody is afraid.
So
you guys were afraid earlier. I mentioned it in the chat and you laughed it off.
Nobody was afraid. Nobody was afraid then. We
say
what we believe.
Your
and we
cool
leave it
black
to the
leader figurehead laughed it off.
What do you have against Andre?
Leader.
Bumpkin's the leader.
He's your cool black figurehead.
I'm the leader.
Bumpkin's the leader. Even Andre even said that.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Bumpkin's the leader, and you left the white power movement. Why?
Are you saying because
is Bumpkin the white power movement now?
No. Muslim guy said earlier he left the Muslim movement, or he left the white power movement because of what?
He left white nationalism.
Sorry,
what the fuck is the white power movement?
Okay, white nationalist movement. Because of why?
Because there was a bunch of fat, dysgenic people that were saying they were superior to buff black guys, and it was horrendous. Have I ever said that I'm superior in any capacity, Mayo? Do I spout any superiority?
You obviously think you're superior.
It wasn't just
because you are a leader. You are an authoritarian leader.
You want to address me, but then use me to attack Bumpkin. Hold on, let me put this. It wasn't just dysgenic fucking obese land whales that said they were superior
I
to
just
black
went
guys.
by what you said.
It was. I'll tell you why I left. It was the fact that if I didn't support a race mixing cop, I was automatically the bad guy. I don't support fucking Chauvin. I don't want to free Chauvin just because he's white. Right? I don't like Chauvin. Don't like cops in general. Obese fucking land whales saying, I'm superior to fucking black guys because my genes. Fucking broke ass motherfuckers. Like, I'm so much better and smarter than rich minorities because, my genes.
Okay, 90% German.
With that, though.
Okay, 90% German.
I didn't say I'm better than them. They asked me what my ethnic makeup was. Did I say that me being German makes me superior?
No, and specifically what I said was I was happy that he was proud of his heritage. Like that's all I said.
You're a fucking retard. I want you to understand this.
You know what? There was a time where I was like, there was a lot of times where me and Mayo would be up on a panel and we would rock out. It was crazy. But the moment you find out that I have a little bit of authoritarian tendencies when it comes to certain subjects, like, yes, absolutely, I would be an authoritarian when it comes to child molesters. Absolutely. The moment I gain power in this country, proven child molesters,
millstone around the neck into the ocean.
Death penalty. Absolutely.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
Go ahead, Blacks.
What metric of success is being used to say that fascism works?
So
they were functioning countries.
Here's the thing that I wanted that you missed a lot of the earlier context.
Yes,
I
did.
First of all, the thing that I want to add the context here before you go in, and then I'm gonna let you rock. But first of all, they're establishing a grassroots political party. They have their own ideologies that they've come up with amongst themselves. These are young men in their 20s that want to be active within the community. They want to start with setting up food banks and finding out what the people need and serving where the services aren't currently adequate. They're looking for gaps in the system, and that's where they're targeting first. They're not running for office. They do not have political power. This is a grassroots setup, and they're talking about the things that they want to do and organizing and getting with people and having conversations with people like us who may or may not agree with them implicitly about that. But like the important thing that I've said here, and I've said it multiple times, is I feel like actually I don't feel what's happening here is this is a conflict when anything new, like I'm like, let them try. Like we're all citizens here. We all have a say. They're a group of people who are trying to start doing something. And the last I checked, not outside of Mike Rage and Snowman, nobody's in the streets. Nobody's on the ground. Nobody's helping people. Like, I mean, I've gone to Jurassic Park here in Kansas City. For those of you who know where that is, I've gone and given out stuff. I've gone and helped with groups of people because it's important to at least see what's going on. So that way, when somebody like Blumpkin and NewFrontier wants to speak to this, there's some sort of context. But what I'm saying is they're trying to start doing something. And it seems like because of specific keywords that they're using, we want to cut the legs out from under this before it can start. And you're talking to a bunch of 20-year-olds that are still aging, still growing, but maybe if they start doing something, as those opinions mature, they'll mold this. But like so far from what I've heard from everything that they said, they're not trying to go out and destroy, go out and recruit and or mutilate children. They want to set up food banks and help people who need help that are American citizens. They care about this country the same way you do. We just don't agree on these buzzwords, and you're driving them into a corner and they're acting their age, which is lashing out. Like, this is not an adult conversation. You are not speaking to them the way somebody who's pouring into the next generation that's going to be responsible for the mess that you motherfuckers made should be talked to. Like, pour into these men.
They're talking
be constructive.
Like they want war.
Well, they're talking like you guys got up here and said, hey, we're gonna burn all this stuff down and we're throwing everybody in the river. I'm like, dude, if you want to throw the pedo bears in the river, bet I will help pitch.
What
like,
you're not wrong, but what they're doing is they're being aggressive, right? They're saying we have to stop this infection, this cancer, before it spreads. They're talking like they want total war, and I'm fine with that. I'll fight for my beliefs, and that's what happens when you get young men who are motivated. You wind up hardening their beliefs instead of letting them mature and grow.
Okay, so let me let Black Thoughts rock out, but yeah, I just wanted to give you the context of like what's going on here.
Okay, so I never attacked anyone.
Yeah,
I just came in and asked a question. I came in and asked a question of what metric of success are they using that says fascism works. Now, if they have a credible argument and they can sway me, then I'm all for it. That's why I asked the question, and I didn't come in attacking anyone.
Well, we're not talking about you. This is exclusively Mayo. I know I said they, but
well, I'm going to take a little exception to exclusively attacking Mayo. I'm just going to keep it real.
You can have any exception you want. Offense is taken, never given.
So
wait, let me handle this, Bumpy.
You want to handle the fascism question? Go
the
ahead.
metric of success for fascism is how beaten and broken Germany was. Right? How fucking divided Italy was. How they revitalized their economies. Began retaking captured territory that was taken from them in World War I. How it took an entire fucking planet and two competing ideologies to rise up against them to beat them. That is the metric of success that I'm going by. And the fact that communism and capitalism has rotted within and are the direct cause of the problems we are facing today. That is what I'm going off.
And so you're saying that what you perceived has yielded a successful outcome.
Yes.
At one time, yes. Obviously, they lost the war, so obviously they lost the war. I mean, there's nothing else to say about that.
Well, what about fascism in Portugal?
In Portugal?
Yes.
Do you mean Spain? Are you talking about?
Oh, fascism
Spain?
did exist in Spain also.
I mean, I would say more of a monarchy existed in Spain.
Just like Japan was imperialism.
No, Spain was fascist from 36 to 75.
Spain.
A single ruler.
Are you talking about Franco's Spain?
He is talking about Franco's Spain.
Okay, well, the thing about Franco's Spain is it was a very stable nation.
It was.
I mean, what more do you want me to say about it? It was a very stable nation. It prospered, and when Franco died or was close to dying, he returned power to the people. Established elections. So, what's your big beef?
For how long?
What about Portugal?
I wasn't aware that Portugal was fascist.
I'm looking it up right now. I've never heard of Portugal. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And so, okay, so Reckless said something, right? And yes, Reckless, you are correct. I missed a lot. Mm-hmm. I'm just coming in, so I'm just gonna go based on things that you have said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that that Mayo, not Mayo, that Bumpkin and the other gentleman are presenting ideas to help other Americans.
Yes.
Where
like taking their businesses.
They said nothing about taking American businesses.
If they want to control the economy, if they want to,
they said that there should, specifically what he said tonight, based on the conversations that we've had tonight, is that there should be control for international businesses because they deplete countries and they have the ability to leave, which literally has merit I mean, it's called the Cantillon effect. It's where, like, when a civilization's collapsing, the rich people, whoever's closest to the money printer, they get out. Everyone else is left to deal with the melee, and then they come back after it's over. I've literally said that that's exactly what I'm doing. Like, so they're not wrong. But from a business perspective, you can look at it as something that is extracting resources from a country. We literally can look at what's gone down in South America when they said, hey, we don't want you drilling. We don't need that oil. We don't want you drilling off our coast. And then all of a sudden, coincidentally, the continent collapses into anarchy and the oil resumes. The oil drilling resumes. Like, because the thing is, you guys don't disagree outside of a few key things. And, like, in all honesty, we get to vote. So, like, I would rather have New Frontier than the Democratic Party that we have now, because they would at least ask for money for things that would help Americans. And then we could vote on it and be like, yeah, we vote for that. We don't vote for that. They're not going, we have to get every single thing that we want. They're saying we need to posit some new ideas into this system. There needs to be a new level of representation. There can't just be two parties doing the same shit and us sitting online complaining about it.
I agree, Ray. There is only one argument that I have against what you're saying, right? Is you can't if you implement the policies of the things that we're talking about, right, and you don't implement everything, they will eventually fall apart. Well, they're going to fall apart anyway, but they'll fall apart a hell of a lot sooner. Right.
Well, my question is
if you don't implement everything, it's half-assing it. And the problem with the Republicans is the problem with the Republican America is they want to do they say they want to do shit, but then they half-ass it. They don't put the whole ass behind it. That was the problem with Trump.
Right. Well, what I was going to say was, I was like, since as a voting nation, like, you're not going to get 100. Like, it's just not how that works. So, like, then we're not voting anymore.
Yeah. But
what I'm saying is
that's kind of what I was going to allude to on you saying the Republicans half-ass it. The thing is that in America, at this moment, there is no place where one party gets to influence and just inject everything that they want.
Democrats have gotten everything they wanted since even Trump was in office. They are
You know what?
winning.
I disagree with that, simply because if that's the case, then they would still be aborting babies right out the womb.
They are. They are.
And I respect how you feel.
That's not how I feel. That's a fact. California is still doing it. New York is still doing it. California is making it legal and paying for people from out of state to come and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Texas, the Republican stronghold, has
that's a state
voted.
thing.
It's a state thing. That's not
right. Didn't they send?
Hold on. Time out, Black. I'm not having the state debate with you, Mayo. I BTFO'd you last time.
Why?
You got asked me.
Why?
Because I told you that fucking individual states were supposed to be functioning as individual nations within our federation. You told me I'm wrong.
No, sir, I didn't.
Each state should be its own separate nation state.
Yes.
That is literally how we were built.
You told me that I was
wrong.
Mayo.
No, sir, I did not.
You did on Jay Rillo's show. You told me I was wrong.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, whatever. What the fuck? Pick and choose your battles, folks.
So, Black Thoughts, back onto your train of thought that you were having there.
Yeah, so the question I want to ask is this, right? So for the people who say fascism is the way to go, lay out a plan to me where and how, just how fascism would work for the American people.
Oh,
Bumpkin, I told you we needed to work on that.
What do you mean? We don't need to work on that specifically. How fascism would work? Okay.
The explanation, the road.
Oh, like the explanation of how you
get to it? With the Constitution staying intact.
Well, see, first and foremost, I'm gonna be honest with you. Second Amendment, highest priority because the difference between a citizen and a fucking peasant is a citizen's armed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So a fascist American state would, and here we go. We're getting in this conversation. Playing Hearts of Iron, talking about Hearts of Iron, guys.
We needed the fucking Venn diagrams and all
you wanted the Venn diagram.
I told you we needed it. I told you.
A fascist American state, for one, it would be definitely religious. In the sense of not a specific Christian religion like Catholicism or Protestantism, but it would definitely have the Christian morality, which is the hyper glue that keeps America together still to this day, which as that's deteriorated away, you see the deterioration of American society.
So can I interject real quick, Bumpkin?
Fuck, okay.
Just real quick, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that we need a religion, right? The left will tell you that their religion now is LGBTQism, and that's their religion, right? Because
that's awesome.
Because that
is their religion,
right?
What
that is? and I was going to say a plethora of things, right?
That's awesome, but that's not the majority of the United States.
But
that's true.
Okay, I can agree with you, but what I'm saying
majority of the United States is Christian, of one denomination or the other.
Again, I can agree with you, but the left is saying our religion now is LGBTQism, is climate change, is all this equity, diversity, and inclusion bullshit, and they're saying that's their religion now. Okay. So when you say we need one religion, well, that's what the left is trying to push.
Okay, so
one religion of LGBTQism, climatism, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all those moronic things.
So what you're getting at, and I'm not trying to be rude here, it's a whole bunch of nothing, because these people are not going to fucking let you win. They're not just going to lay down and say, well, your ideas are superior to mine. I obviously don't want to kill you and rape your children anymore. You have to fight them. So what they believe is fucking irrelevant. Okay?
But no religion does that. That's the thing.
Every religion fights for supremacy over the other. Every belief system fights for supremacy over the other.
We literally had the Crusades.
Yeah.
The Spanish Inquisition. They asked some questions to death.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So when Bumpkin says, well, we need one religion, it's like, well, you have people already fighting for that, and we just disagree with them.
Why?
Why do we disagree with them?
Because we don't believe what they believe.
No, because of what it's specifically because those movements are evil by definition.
Yeah, they're inherently evil.
They seek to destroy society. They seek to destroy. They're not trying to integrate. They're not trying to go, hey, we've got a new idea and we want to implement this to help everyone. They're going, we want to destroy the nuclear family. We want to destroy men. We want to have everyone separated. We want total anarchy. We want people mutilating themselves.
But Reckless, you realize that they see the Christian religion as the same thing that you're calling them?
The Muslim religion literally wants to take over the world.
Yeah, every ideology wants to take over the world. What the fuck is your point?
But you know what their
belief system.
So freedom of religion is out in the Constitution.
No, but you have to bring back that. Okay, do you not believe that America has, from the fundamental standpoint of its creation, a Christian nation, Mayo?
Yes, our entire law system is built off the 10 Commandments.
Okay, then.
Okay.
So what's your fucking opposition to what he just said?
What is the opposition to it? I'm not saying that we're going to start hanging non-Christians in the street. I'm just saying that we have to
not yet.
bring the morality.
Never, motherfucker. Don't you put that on us.
Yeah, don't put that.
Don't put the fucking shit you want to do on us.
Hold on. No, you can't say never, because your ideologies have not been implemented in a broad spectrum. So You can say never now.
Let me put it this way: as long as
hold on. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Let me finish, please,
sir. It will not fucking happen.
Sir, please let me finish. You can say that now, but once you get the ideologues to agree with you, they are going to advocate for hanging the folks that do not agree with you.
And my Christian morality, because I am a Christian, I'm not going to do that, Black Thoughts.
So their Crusades weren't Christians?
Okay, you dense motherfucker. Let's go over the Crusades real fucking quick. Do you know what started them? No, do you know what started them? Fucking Barbary pirates and Muslim pirates raiding all the way from fucking from Anatolia all the way to fucking Iceland for 200 years. Eventually, Christians got tired of being pushed around and being made slaves, so they went into the fucking Holy Land, said, "This mine now," and they fucking killed the people who were raiding them.
Okay,
raping and torturing them.
Yes. So what about the Spanish Inquisition, sir?
Hold on.
Man, the Spanish Inquisition happened for almost the same reasons. The Reconquista, hidden Muslims.
I don't really want to mute everybody. So Bumpkin, I can't hear you. So is there a way for you to bump up your volume?
Yeah, I can do that, buddy.
Fine.
Can you? Because he's really low for me.
Are you sure you didn't catch a grenade or something that like knocked out the bumpkin tones?
No, I think I'm good.
You
Hold
were
on.
in the military.
So,
I'm at 70% now. There we go. Is that good?
Yeah, it's a little better. The reason I cut you off is, and I didn't mean it like that, but the reason I stepped in is so you're saying that this would be something completely separate from anything we know as fascism, because in traditional fascism, the state is the religion. So
okay,
this
here
is
we
different.
Go. So when we are talking about, I'm going to explain this ideology. Okay. So what we are referring to is third positionism. We've been talking about it being fascism, but that's not entirely true.
Why are you guys doing this to me?
I'm sorry, Casey, but I just didn't want to get into it. It's a conversation I constantly have. You get to my grift, so it just gets boring. But I'll have this conversation again.
Well, time out. Why don't we do this? Because I probably am going to want more than you're willing to offer right now.
No, I'll give it all right now.
Well, it's going to take.
Well, we've got 20 minutes.
Yeah. So why don't?
But the thing is this, and like I don't want you guys to like bumpkins, like all of you guys from New Frontier. You're not rushed here. Like we can have this conversation whenever. This show is kind of just about money and politics and stuff along those lines. So there's always space for us to have these conversations over here.
Right.
Give me some info.
So like, don't feel like you got to get all the shots off now. Like Jay Rillo said he wanted you and Mayo debating on his show. So I'm happy you guys stopped arguing because you can do it there.
Sure. But
like,
throw me some info in the back because I'd like to actually have a conversation with you to find out where you're actually at. And I actually have a lot of questions.
Well, that's why I asked about policies earlier.
But
and it was laughed off.
Well, Bumpkin, you also can't take a position, be strong on the position, and then when challenged say, well, I don't want to have this conversation, because I've heard you say that
just several times. It's just for time's sake. Okay, fine.
You absolutely can, though. You don't have to.
You absolutely
have to talk to people.
But I will. All right.
So then you're becoming authoritarian.
Can I sum it up in a quick way? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run through it. Okay. So third positionism is the umbrella term for National Socialism, fascism, the Iron Guard Legionary, all of these different groups around the world, right? Around the same time period, or sometimes even after the same time period or before the same time period. But the same sort of ideas. It's the rejection of communism. It's the rejection of laissez-faire capitalism. It's rejection of it's the rejection of laissez-faire capitalism, and it's the rejection of monarchy. It's the overarching, umbrella term for third positionists. So the thing with third positionists it always takes root in a country's ethos or in a country's way of thinking, or they always share very similar not necessarily goals, but very similar ways of thinking, right? Like the anti-communism, laissez-faire capitalism, or international capitalism, to be more specific, and anti-monarchy and stuff like that. So that, to sum it up, that is the overarching term, right? So when we're talking about fascism, I don't want an American fascist state because fascism is Italian, or I don't want a National Socialist American state because that's German. That those are foreign elements to America, right? For third positionism to come to America, it would have to be rooted in our own ethos and develop with our own culture and with our own morality.
Now, my question would be, is that even possible with a lack of hegemony in the United States?
Absolutely.
We have a hegemony. It's just being attacked, and that's what breeds third positionism.
Yes. Third positionism is, it's not a reactionary ideology, but it is a reaction to certain environments, like you see, it is a reaction to a lot of like neoliberal democracies. It is a reaction to that, and a reaction.
So certain conditions have to exist for it to come into play.
Yes, like the conditions in the United States, just like the conditions in the Weimar Republic or Weimar Germany. The conditions in Spain. I mean, it all lands up. It almost seems like, and this is why I always say, like, third positionism is inevitable or complete collapse, right?
That's what I was about to say. I was going to say that this is basically the last step of a dying civilization to save it.
It's the last option. It's the immunity response. Like the immunity response.
But here's the thing, right? It's not absolute death, right? Because here's the thing, and here's why I do what I do, okay? Because every other time this has popped up, right, around the world throughout history, America has always been the big bad dog that always killed it, okay? And I love the United States of America. I'm an American citizen, right? But you have to accept where they were wrong, okay? But when it is unchallenged, right? Because I am fully aware that the very, very first product of third positionism, and some people might call me crazy, is this: it was Caesar in Rome. Okay. It was Caesar in Rome. Rome was on the brink of collapse, and Caesar being in power for only a year, look how far it went. I'm just saying, look how far it went after that. After he crossed the Rubicon and said, all right, we're having emperors now. We're going to start having emperors, and we're going to start having dictators, and this is how this republic's going to have to go. He crossed that Rubicon, and he said it so Rome could last thousands of more years. So what I was getting at is, there is no one that can check the United States of America. There is no one that can check the United States of America. There is no foreign country that can check the United States of America. It wouldn't be a Germany situation again, or an Axis situation, because there's no big bad dog on the block. We are the big bad dog. No one's gonna check us. Okay, we could steamroll the entire planet if we wanted to. I
disagree with that.
I don't advocate that, but we could. But absolutely we could. If every single country was invading us.
I disagree.
There's been several war strategies.
We've already steamrolled the planet twice.
Yes. there's been several.
But that's the reason why
studies. There's been
if we steamrolled everyone twice, then why are we letting innocent folks die somewhere in a proxy? Because we clearly can't steamroll everyone.
Because liberalism doesn't let you conquer land and control it.
Liberalism is the root of evil. Liberalism does not let you conquer. Liberalism does not let you do anything. So, yeah.
But you guys just said we steamrolled everyone twice.
We're responsible for the victory of World War I and World War II.
Whoa. No. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You can't say that we steamrolled everyone twice
and then say, but liberalism doesn't let you conquer. We are literally fighting a proxy war.
We have
because
fought
we
so
do
many
not,
fucking wars because we don't conquer land.
Because we do not want to get into a war with a certain country.
Yeah, okay.
That's not
and we
steamrolling
still
everyone.
steamrolled the world twice. Just because we didn't take land doesn't mean we don't steamroll them. Just because we have proxy wars to avoid a third world war does not mean we didn't steamroll them. Like, this is asinine. Like, it's fucking stupid. Just because you have a proxy war, so you don't have literal fucking nuclear annihilation, does not mean that you did not steamroll the planet twice.
So how did the United States become the big dogs on the block?
By investing in the industry and destroying and fucking using that to steamroll their enemies.
Well, and all the wars in which we steamrolled were not fought on American soil, so we were not being taxed for resources, while the countries that were having the physical locale of the war that we went to go steamroll were suffering the consequences of the resource toll, the death toll being physically on their lands. Like, let's call it what it is from a business perspective. Like, if you're fighting the war where you're at, it costs more.
Well, America can hold out. America can hold out almost indefinitely. We have enough resources and population.
We're not feeling that now in a proxy.
What's happening with the proxy war is that's the reason. Like, whenever people bring up the greenhouse gas agenda and how they're forcing everyone to switch over to electric, they already knew this was coming. I think that our government knew this was coming, and so they needed a reason that wasn't, hey, we're about to get cut off from oil, and we can't force these companies that are in America that are pumping oil here and sending it across the sea to sell it more for more money, that we're about to get cut off and they're still going to continue to send our oil away. I think that's what's getting ready to happen. When BRICS is up and running, that's what's going to happen. They're going to go, we're not selling you oil anymore, or we're selling you oil at an outlandish rate, and we're not going to be able to take those companies back because that would violate our constitution. To go, we're going to use our oil here because we have oil here.
We have constitutional ways of seizing those companies.
But hold on, I mean, we have more oil here than anywhere else.
But you're not understanding what I said from a business perspective. The oil that we drill here does not stay in this country. Our oil, that gets turned into fuel, it gets sent over to Europe and then back. We do not do that refinement here. That's so they can charge more there, and they can charge more here. That's the way these companies have this set up.
But we did for 2 years, and then Biden fucking basically made it to where they couldn't anymore because they shut down the refineries with regulation. So
what I'm saying is this talks back to the international companies and how they figure out ways to maximize the amount of money that they're making because they're profit driven. There's no reason for us to not refine the oil here. Our gas would be an order of magnitude cheaper. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if we look at this from a business perspective, like that whole green push is because we're about to get cut off from oil, and they knew that we were getting ready to get cut off from oil. The thing that, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
But they knew we were getting ready to get cut off from oil, so they strummed up this whole global warming thing. And the cleanest planet on the planet needs to get a little bit more cleaner because it's more effective to squeeze more a water drop out of a rock than it is to squeeze water out of a sponge, apparently.
To be fair, hydrogen power, if we could switch over to that, our hydrogen fuel cells,
100%.
It would be fucking beast mode.
100%. But it's just they're coming up with stupid stuff to get people on board with to keep us distracted because they can't go, hey, we're about to get cut off from oil and stuff's going to be bad if we don't shift all this stuff over.
Just so that we're clear, though, it would take less than 2 years to get the refineries back up and running, and we could literally shut down BRICS. Period.
Yeah, but our leaders do not. Our leaders, because they are not fascists, do not have the political will to do it.
Well, we say that there's not. I mean, the issue is it's not a matter of shutting down BRICS. We're not going to shut down BRICS because nobody wants to use our. The only reason that the dollar has been dominant. It's not the dollar domination of this planet as a monetary store of value was supposed to have been over 50 years ago. Mathematically, like that's the cycle. It's what it is. We've done this multiple times. We just didn't want to go, hey, we're gonna take a back seat. We want to be the big dog forever as far as the finance and the army. Like it's a level of ego that is just stupid. But we would be able to sustain ourselves with our oil was what I was getting at. It's not a matter of us fighting back against BRICS. Those companies don't want to do business with us. Like, they don't like us. Like, it's what it is. It's like, you can't force someone to come to your store if you do have bad business practice. Our foreign policy is dog shit.
Yeah,
we are the bullies of this planet. Like,
hold on though. There's a part you're not really understanding.
Actual dollars don't trade hands.
Right. So
understood.
Here's the thing. They're just in shale alone. So we're talking the shale that's in Colorado, Wyoming, and I believe New Mexico. That alone is equal to over 150 years worth of production from the Middle East. So what I'm telling you is we have enough oil to where we could literally sell the shit at half of what OPEC does and fuck their whole shit up.
Even if we were to convert coal into oil, we would be self-sufficient.
Exactly. Not just self-sufficient, but supplying the rest of the world.
Yeah. Well, it's not, see, the thing is, okay, America has enough natural resources and abundance in natural resources to be self-sustaining. And
the issue is America doesn't sell the oil, the companies do. Companies want profits, so they're not going to sell it at half the price.
This is why we say nationalize an international corporation.
That's what I was saying. I was like, that's a non-starter argument because it's a company that drills that. It's not America that drills it. America doesn't sell oil. The companies in America that are international companies sell oil. Like, hey, we Ray, don't. Yes, sir.
One question. Since we're talking about this issue, right? That'll be a future issue for America. And everybody wanted to say everything. This is why me and Bumpkin believe what we believe in. Because these corporations are directly responsible for selling out our nation and endangering national security.
And it's happened throughout history over and over and over and over again, man.
Yes, and so is the failure of that system.
Huh?
The failure of the Venezuelan oil.
Yeah. Venezuelans oil failure, they didn't have a failure. They got an alternative fuel source that they bought from us and said, we don't want you drilling here. And then their economy magically collapsed after we got involved down there. That's what happened in Venezuela. They didn't want us drilling.
The government took over.
You mean another color revolution?
Their production facilities. And ran them into the ground.
Do you seriously buy that Venezuela
did not want oil drilling down there? They were not utilizing oil. Their cars do not run on oil. They have an alternative fuel that they use for their nation specifically. It's some sort of synthetic fuel that they bought from us, and it's like not made from oil. It's like, I think it's not ethanol because it's something that we don't use here, but they got a separate fuel source. And then they were like, now that we've got our stuff sorted after they integrated it into the country, they said, we don't want you drilling off our coast and messing up our natural resources.
And why did they nationalize?
To keep us from drilling on their to keep us from drilling down there and fucking up their national resources. So they could shut international companies down that are harming the future of their nation. Do you honestly
then we went down there and suddenly they magically had a revolution and now we're drilling oil off their coast again.
The problem that libertarians and capitalists try to say that Venezuela had was they were pumping their oil economy was only based on oil. That's not true. They diversified their economy. Agriculture and natural resources and aquaculture were very huge in Venezuela. They had a color revolution that crashed their economy. It was not an overabundance on oil.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, but most people do.
But the thing that we're skipping over is like that country should get to decide whether they want their coastline drilled on and want to suffer the consequences of oil spills that affect their ecosystem. That's their decision. We are interjecting ourselves into other countries' decisions that those people made.
Sure.
They said, we don't want you drilling oil here.
As a country is drilling oil off the coast of Venezuela?
No, the companies are, but like we definitely used our resources to go down there and destabilize that country and facilitate what happened. I mean, the president of Venezuela literally got on during the protest and said, those aren't our people. Now we fast forward and we can all agree that the train station protesters are not legitimate protesters because we saw that actress that got set up. We see these people showing up to these BLM walks to incentivize and start these things up. We can see it here, but we don't want to believe the president of a country when he gets on, he's like, these people are not our people. They're getting paid to be out here. This is not our citizenry. Something's going on. Oh, now he's dead. Well, the people didn't like him and they made that choice too. Well, the first choice they made was don't drill oil out here in our fucking ocean.
Yeah, look at what happened to Gaddafi.
Oh,
facts.
Gaddafi's people loved him.
So this is the thing that I keep wanting to bring back to you guys. We see the stuff that our government's doing to us, but you're gonna sit here and act like they wouldn't do way worse shit to people that aren't us.
Well, see, I was having the China.
I want to know what this magic fuel in Venezuela.
It's not a magic fuel. It's either some type of ethanol, some type of synthetic fuel. Like other nations who do have other belief systems or values. Let me put it this way, right? And it's really fun talking to Americans about this. Most people in the world outside of America understand that not everything is profitable, but it still should be preserved, or it should still be done, right? Only in America do we measure success by profitability, right? And see, I'm going to use healthcare for instance, right? America says they have the best healthcare in the world, that they can do this and that with their healthcare, but yet people don't have access to it. People are dying from lack of access. But yet, a big bad evil Fidel Castro can, his government can provide for cancer treatments and help their people have basic health care and medication, even with the U.S. sanctions. Even North Korea can, to an extent. So,
North Korea can't feed its people, sir.
Well, that's due to U.S. sanctions. That's due to U.S. sanctions.
Why? Oh my God, I hate these arguments. Why can't they feed their people?
Like, I hate communism, right? But let's put the blame where it's due, right? American sanctions and via power through the UN is why North Korea is sucking, because they were doing better than South Korea for a very long time. And when the U.S. started sanctions, that's the thing, right? The U.S. uses soft power, as Jay Rillo was talking, and economic power, cultural power. And while that is a very powerful tool, it leads to very shitty outcomes for everybody involved. Right? The people that we're using it on get subverted, their nations get destroyed, and they live in chaos. We become more decadent and greedy and go spiral down culturally ourselves till we're falling into chaos. And then people who want to fix the problem, like me and Bumpkin, have to sit here and rehash old ass arguments for 4 hours with people that can't figure out solutions to fix it in their generation. So they want to stop the next generation from fixing it. Because that would be fascism. That would be bad, because my daddy fought against it, or my granddaddy fought against it, because, it wasn't the fact that a soldier just wanted to take care of his family and serve his nation out of a sense of duty or anything. Because modern Americans don't understand that.
So who is sanctioning food imports in North Korea?
America, the United States.
America, Britain, France, Russia, China, everybody on the UN Security Council. Let's see, Japan, South Korea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia. Oh, literally, fucking everyone.
But you're wrong.
Really?
You can pull up the list of sanctions from each international body and
Ray, I'm sorry, excuse me, nigga. What? There's only one fucking trade. There's only one fucking trade port in North Korea, and it's not even a trade port. It's a fucking rail line that goes from China to Korea. That's how they get goods. That's how they get That's how they import all their fucking goods from China. There's several ports where they send out fishing trawlers and like they'll send goods to other nations because they can still sell goods, but they cannot import goods.
But we have given them food. The international body has given them food.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Hmm. But what you've done, but what we have done is we've kept them from being able to be sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
So
there's a difference between giving just enough aid to where they're still weakened and still having a fucking famine, right?
So
when someone's already having a famine.
Hold on. I'm about to hold on. I hate to do this to you, Mayo, but I'm about to blow you out of the water. All right. This was published in May 11th, 2022, and it says since 2003, these countries have been sanctioning North Korea. You have the UN and the United States, as well as the European Union, Japan, South Korea, and Australia have sanctioned North Korea over the past 16 years. And you have UN sanctions, Resolution 1718, Resolution 1874, Resolution 2087, Resolution 2094, Resolution 2270, Resolution 2321. It goes on, okay? US sanctions, EO 13466.
What is sanctioned?
June 26,
but
2008.
What is sanctioned specifically?
Under the authority of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, EIPA, and the National Emergency Act, NEA, declared a national emergency in response to the threat posed by fissile material proliferation in North Korea. Continue the sanctions measures imposed under the Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, issued in concurrence with Proclamation 8271, which terminated TWEA's authority with regards to North Korea.
Yes,
Boom,
but
bada
what
beam.
is sanctioned?
Every fucking thing.
Everything.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
Oh my fucking god. These motherfuckers can't even buy medicine for their children.
And it's not like there's wheat fields in fucking North Korea, bro. It's a rock. It's a giant rock. They live on a rock.
They are very wealthy in natural resources and industry. Right? They can build. They have the abundance to be able to build just about anything. They do not have the farmland or the aquaculture capable of sustaining a population. They grow as much as they can. Oh, they're also cut off from fertilizer and chemicals that would aid.
Here, hold on. This is from the European Union. They're embargoing arms and related materials, banning exports of aviation rockets, rocket fuel to North Korea, banning the trade of gold, precious metals, diamonds with the North Korean government, which means that they can have no reserve, which means that they are put in a state to where they can't buy much or anything. Banning the import of minerals from North Korea with some exemptions for coal and iron ore. Banning the export of luxury goods to North Korea. Restricting the financial support for trade with North Korea. Restricting investment and financial activities. Inspecting and monitoring cargoes imported to and exported from North Korea, prohibiting certain North Korean individuals from entering the EU. So, I mean,
do you see food in there?
I fucking hate you.
We're gonna make your banks not be able to trade with us. But do you see food in there?
We're gonna make it so you can't buy food from other countries because we take your money away. But yes, do you see food on there? I just told you they can barely grow food. They can barely produce food.
Hold on, August 27th. And well, wait a second, because they keep ratcheting this up. So like they hold on, this is the US.
There's more.
But wait, there's more. They in 2016, they capped North Korea's coal exports and banned exports of copper, nickel, zinc, silver. February 2017, the UN panel stated implemented sanctions through China. So, though China... Okay, hold on. 2017, they banned all exports of coal, iron, lead, and seafood. they like added seafood on in 2017. Like they can't even get shrimps, bro. Like
no, that was export.
That was export, not import, sir.
Because they have an abundance of seafood.
How do you expect a nation to be able to engage in trade if you ban all of its exports?
So how do they? Because what I'm saying is, if they have an abundance of seafood, supposedly, allegedly, so I don't want North Korea coming after me for misquoting what they got. But if you can't trade the abundance of seafood you got, you telling me that these people who live on a rock and all they got is crustaceans is just going to live off crustaceans? No vegetables, no vitamins, apparently no fuel. Like
Kim Jong-il lives pretty well.
Well, guess what? He's the communist dictator. Like, they're not known for being very uncorrupted people.
Yeah.
Like, we're not defending communism, man. We're just saying that they'd probably be eating pretty decent. I mean, they would still be a communist hellhole, but they would be a communist hellhole with food if America and the rest of the world didn't fucking sanction them in their rock. I'm just saying. And also, they probably wouldn't want to fucking bomb everyone if the rest of the liberal world didn't fucking sanction them to hell. That's all we're saying.
That's also another.
Food isn't sanctioned.
My deal is this: whenever we have this conversation,
listed in the sanctions.
So where does the food come from if you don't have money? Like, if you don't have money, so Mayo, wait a second. So if I came to your house right now and I said, Mayo, you can no longer go to work.
Mercedes has a factory in North Korea.
They do.
Kim Jong-il's got a couple of them.
Mayo, did you not hear me when I said they have one rail line going from China where they smuggle all of Kim Jong-un and his family's goods in? Like
at a premium, I'm sure.
Yeah, like my guy,
So you're talking about the person who we're literally sanctioning, and we're talking about the people of that country, and us talking about what does and doesn't work. So you're expecting that if I sanction your house and there was a back door where you could sneak in the goods that you needed.
Kim Jong-il controls his people through starvation.
That's not.
We control that country through starvation. We restrict. Okay, so Mayo, just hypothetical. Do you think Kim Jong has enough food in his palace for him and his people where they're eating good to feed everybody? That is insane.
To feed everybody,
that is actually insane.
That is
So my question. So Mayo,
who gets fed? Who gets fed?
No. Check it. I'm with you. I understand what you're getting at, but what I'm saying is he would be. So I agree with you. He does have to control his people through starvation, and the reason being is because there's not enough food in that country for everyone to be fed. So if you had people in a situation here where the food stopped coming in and we knew Joe Biden had food and we hadn't been completely starved out yet, he would be up out of here, bro. We gonna go get that food. In order for him to even survive, because he's at the top, if things collapse, they're going to come get him. He can't leave now. He's trapped there. They've isolated him to his country. He can't escape. Anywhere he went, we would get him. He can't leave that place for real.
Like China.
Bro,
his hit squad's
once he's not useful.
Yeah, but his hit squads go all sorts of places, but he don't. That's the point. He's restricted. So he's stuck there with a starving populace. The only option you have at that point, if you're at the top, is to go, well, I need them starving now. I need them too hungry to come kill me. That's the only way that works, because there's not enough food for everyone.
And then you feed your military and your loyalty.
They're gonna off you first. You know what I'm saying?
And it's America's fault the people are having this problem. See, America uses the UN to basically be like, hey, do what we say or fuck you. It's a mob. Yeah. That's the liberal world order. You replaced violence with starvation. Congratulations.
Well, and it's not just that, because that's the most effective way to use a populace to get rid of a leader you don't want, is to starve them and then be like, hey, before these guys get too weak, they're going to take this guy out, and then we'll just.
Then why do we give them food aid? Why haven't we sanctioned food importation?
Have you ever been on welfare?
No, sir.
No, never. Okay, have you ever known anybody on welfare?
Yes.
Okay, do they get enough to take care of their basic needs, or do they get a small portion?
It's called SNAP, sir. It's called the Supplemental Nutrition.
Well, I mean,
program.
technically, in Oregon, it's called Oregon Trail, and in California, it's called Cali Fresh. That's irrelevant bullshit.
But it's called SNAP. No matter what it's the federal SNAP program.
Okay. So fucking what, my guy? Do they get enough to carry their needs, or do they get a paltry amount to supplement?
It's called the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Okay, then guess what?
When you supplement, it's designed to do.
Okay, so when you supplement nothing, like when you give food aid to North Korea, when you supplement nothing, you're still not gonna get it. You're still gonna have fucking starvation. You're still gonna have a famine. If we can't take care of our own citizens, do you think that we're going to actually give any decent amount to take care of the needs of nations that receive aid? No, the aid they get is going to go to the military or to the people in power.
Oh, yeah, that was what I was about to say. I was like, you can reference this when we give African countries food. Like, it goes to the people at the top, and then it doesn't really get to people. It gets to the essential people at the top because we're not airdropping into the communities. And even if we were, they still wouldn't get it then because they would probably be like taken out if they touched it.
Now, let me ask you this. Isn't that really the case in any authoritarian system?
I mean, the person, the people
China
disseminating it. Okay, so hold on. Jay Rillo said China does not want North Korea to collapse because if North Korea collapses, China would become destabilized. Millions of starving North Korean citizens would head north into China's southern border, which is mostly unguarded. Facts.
That's actually a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, Kim Jong-un has a sort of cult of the personality.
Yep.
So therefore, they also don't want North Korea.
I can respect a man that don't have a butthole because he uses all the energy that he consumes. You know.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
But so they don't want North Korea to get too large, right? So where they're at right now, China actually likes that. You know, a little bit of food, you know, but don't grow too much because because North Korea is a weird ideology, guys. It is not just communism. They throw in a few in there, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. They throw in it's like a communist monarchy with some racialist views as well. It's kind of wacky. It's a wacky ideology.
It's their version of the third position, man.
Oh fuck, is it? It's like because they have a monarchy.
But okay. So I'm gonna have to wind this down. But I'm dropping my email in the back, and I want all of you guys to have it. But like specifically, Bumpkin, touch base with me. Like, I really like these conversations, and I think that we could do something with specific to the High Value Network channel and the New Frontier channel, to where we could facilitate some of these conversations and go deeper and actually have the bandwidth to just focus on just that.
Yeah. Okay. And Casey, and that was because of fuel shortages, not.
Oh yeah, the link he dropped was the post fuel.
That was because
there's another one. I'm trying to find what fuel it was, but I thought that they'd bought a patent from us and converted their vehicles over.
No, sir.
And they kicked us out.
Their company nationalized the oil system, and it collapsed because it failed.
Why did
you ever hear Tim Pool talk about when he went to Venezuela?
No, I actually Tim has kind of grown on me a little bit. I can stomach him now.
Listen to the way that you have with Tim Pool. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. Listen to the way you have to buy a cell phone in Venezuela. It's ridiculous.
Oh no.
It is ridiculous.
All I'm saying is, right, that's luxuries. Like, why not provide for the basic need of your people, not the luxuries? They can buy their own luxuries. I don't know. I just got back to the conversation. I'm sorry, I had to go piss.
Oh no problem.
Why don't everybody do some final words?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll start. Actually, I'm gonna let Bumpkin go last. We'll start off with Muslim guy. Final thoughts.
Fascism is the way to go. Can't stop me. Can't stop, won't stop. I am what you made me. Love you guys. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate everybody except for Mayo. Fuck you. You're retarded. Right, deuces.
That's my fucking secretary. Shit. That's my
God damn
secretary.
It, dude. Okay, so Mayo, final thoughts.
And that's why you will fail.
Is that your final thoughts?
Damn, he left it. He mic dropped it. Okay, Casey Mo, what you got, man?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love hearing people's perspectives. I love hearing just really, I just want to know where people's minds are. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of things from a lot of different people. I've done a lot more research than I even want to admit about a lot of shit. So anytime somebody has something, any idea that's different from mine, I welcome the information. And for anybody who's listening, I know I sound like an asshole. I'm not really pretentious. I really do just want to know things. So other than that, man, everybody be safe and do what works for you.
Word. Okay, Bumpkin. NewFrontier.
All right.
Bring it out.
NewFrontier. This is our old logo right here. NewFrontier, we really, really, really just want to help American citizens. That's really all we want to do. And yeah, we eventually want to take the reins of power in the United States of America, but someone has to, man, because these two parties are not doing good by the people. They're not doing good by any group of people whatsoever. They want you to stay where you are as a wage slave and to continue paying taxes so they can slowly kill you. It's a horrendous hellscape that we live in. So yeah, and there has to be someone that comes along and takes their power away. And some people say you're fruitless, you shouldn't do it, you should just cower down and quiver, but I can't do that. I'll just jump off. I'd rather jump off a bridge. I have to try. So that's what we're doing. We're giving it a solid try. And I hope that I don't commit suicide via rooftop sniper. You know what I mean?
That was very specific.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh man. Oh Lord. Okay. I'm gonna bring it in. I just want, first of all, I wanted to thank the chat. I wanted to thank everybody, Dr. Nakumbe, Angry Snowman, obviously Georgia Swan, everybody who made donations tonight. Hold on, I want to make sure that I definitely hit everybody who got me in the Cash App. Wait a second. So Georgia Swan, Reese from Philly hit me this week. Yeah, so those are my peoples, and I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank everybody who participated in the panel. I especially want to send a special thank you to the guys from NewFrontier for coming over and having the conversation. Mayo came up, Reese was here, Casey Mo was here, Blumpkin came over, Muslim guy, Andre. Like, this was a great conversation. I think we need to have more conversations like this because you guys were consistently getting ideas out and having the conversation and giving the context. And I think that's what's important, because like when I see you guys out on other panels, it's almost like you don't get a chance to have the full conversation. And I specifically wanted to have a platform such as this where I get to talk about stuff that I want to and that I find interesting, and then give people the ability to give the context for their thoughts. And I really respect the fact that you guys came over. You speak of the devil and he'll pull up. You guys pulled up, and it was fun. It was a good conversation. I have a lot of respect for your opinions, and I have the utmost respect for the effort that you're putting in, the boots on the ground. I really respect that. And I just want to reiterate and speak this life into you guys. You guys are young. You have the drive, you have the energy, and it is so commendable that you're wanting to take responsibility for the mess that's been left to you. And I think that a lot of people, regardless of whether they like what you're saying, I'm like, you're doing something. Most people just sit and complain on the internet. And you guys are trying to actually create some forward momentum, some sort of motion. And we're at a point now it's just like what you said, that third position is basically right before a civilization collapses. And I mean, I think we're there. Like, we're going to have to start trying all sorts of shit at this point, because the space that we've allowed ourselves to go into, because I'm so adamant about just wanting to let people do what they want in their house. And you know, my perspective on that has always been like, hey, you're not hurting anybody. You can do that over there. Like, that's fine. It's gotten to a point where it's not fine, because like now they want to come into your house and force you to do it with them and participate. And they want your kids to participate. And they like, at a certain point, we have to start saying no. We have to start saying that, like, hey, this isn't acceptable. Hey, we don't want to destroy the civilization that we're currently living in. That's not a good idea. That's not going to work for the majority of people. Like, I'm not a dick when I'm like, I'm going to be on a fucking beach while this shit goes down, but I guarantee you I'm stomping some blue hairs out on the way to the fucking airport. Like, it's going to happen. But it shouldn't have to be like that. And we do need to start exploring maybe some other options, because the two-party system that we have is not serving. It's not even representative at this point. So people who are posing options, I think we need to have a little bit of discernment. And I think especially when they're younger men that are stepping into the role of manhood, we have to afford them that ability, because I'll sit on here all the time and talk about how weak men have become, and we have some men that are willing to stand. And I have to. I would be a hypocrite if I did not support that, because they are taking up the mantle, they are taking up the reins, they are the next in line. This is their birthright. This is what they're supposed to do. Now, we might not like it. We might not understand it fully, but we should have the conversation and come to these men from a point of support and pouring into them as older men who have experience. We've got to stop this attitude of we're just going to shut everything down because we don't get it, or we don't understand it, or it doesn't make sense, or they used a word that I don't like. We need to support these men in what they're doing, because if we don't, they're not going to develop into men. Like, not men that we would look at as honorable. And like, there's so few of men of this caliber. Even when I argue with Blumpkin, even when I'm arguing with Muslim Guy, even when I'm shooting shots at Andre, it's in fun, because I honestly want them to succeed at their endeavor. Because the more good men that we have that are willing to stand up, the more ideas we'll have, the stronger the population base will be. I want every man in New Frontier. I want you to develop, and I hope that you develop a very strong household. I hope that you live your values the way that you are living them now. And as they grow and evolve, I hope you continue to grow and evolve, and you continue to be that example, and you live what you speak, and you carry yourself as such. And I'm gonna go ahead and land it there, but I think that they're definitely a part of the future, and it's actually makes me a little bit less pessimistic that young men like that exist. So I just want to say thank you to the chat. You know, oh yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I always say Blumpkin instead of Bumpkin. That's because I'm a dickhead. So, you know, there we go. I ruined my whole spiel, and I got called out on it. And that's going to be it. So I'm going to tap in with you guys next week. We will be back at it again, Guns and Butter. We're going to have the conversation. Hopefully some of the New Frontier guys, if you guys aren't doing anything, feel free to stop through, chat if you want. I I'm going to try and get better about posting these earlier so that way you guys can set reminders and know what the topic is. But anytime you guys want to come through, always like having a conversation with you guys. You have a good one.